Recording has begun. Good evening. This is the November 18, 2025 regular meeting of the Complaint Committee of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force of the City and County of San Francisco. The time is 5:34 p.m. The Sunshine Ordinance Task Force and its committees convene in hybrid meetings that allow for either in-person attendance or remote participation. Public comment will be taken on each item of the agenda. Meeting decorum. Any member of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force or its committees may call for decorum due to the disorderly conduct of meeting participants. Persons who engage in threatening and/or menacing behavior may be asked to leave. A reminder, please, for anyone who has joined us via WebEx. Please note that we are not using the chat option that is in WebEx because those written statements aren't visible to members of the public who are here in the room with us or who have called in using the telephone. You can indicate your desire to be recognized by raising your hand in the app. Chair Schmidt, that completes my announcements.
Okay. Let's go ahead with the first item.
Item number 1, call to order, roll call, and agenda changes. Taking the roll call. Chair Schmidt.
Present.
Chair Schmidt, present. Member Sugarman.
Present.
Member Sugarman, present. Vice Chair Stein.
Present.
Vice Chair Stein, present. 3 present, quorum. We have no known changes.
All right. I think the last 4 items, I think there may be a question about whether we should have them all be individual cases or if we should consolidate them. I think we could probably just handle that when they come up.
All right.
I think we'll be hearing like a lot of repetition if we have it be 4 cases. I understand that to handle them in the administrative process, cutting it into 4 makes perfect sense. But in terms of like hearings, I think we may want to see if we would want to consolidate them. But that we can handle it when we get to it.
All right, thank you. Item 2.
Yes, please.
Item 2, approval of the October, public comment? No public comment. Item 2, approval of the October 21, 2025 Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Complaint Committee regular meeting minutes.
All right, I have no changes to make. Members, anything?
Not from me.
Okay. Okay, so we should probably have I'll move that we approve those minutes.
I'll second.
Moved by Chair Schmidt, seconded by Vice Chair Stein to approve the October 21, 2025 minutes. Public comment. Anyone wishing to make public comment, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. I'll give you a moment. We have no one in the room. 1 hand raised. Hello, caller. Do you wish to make public comment on item 2, the minutes? Caller, you've been unmuted.
Hi. Can you confirm hearing me?
Yes, we can hear you. Do you wish to make public comment on the minutes?
No, I want to make public comment on general public comment. I'm sorry.
That's all right. I'm going to mute you now. We have no one in the queue.
Okay, let's vote on that.
Taking the vote on item 2, Chair Schmidt.
Aye.
Chair Schmidt, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. 3 ayes, motion passes. Item number 3, public comment. Members of the public may address the committee on matters that are within the committee's jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda. We have no one in the room. We currently have one hand raised. Hello, caller. Do you wish to make general public comment? Hello, caller. You've been unmuted.
Hi, this is Michael Petrellis calling in about two things. The first is I'm requesting that the task force develop a policy where when you receive a complaint, that you acknowledge receipt of this complaint. I have lodged, I think, 3 complaints in the past month, and I've asked the secretary of the commission to confirm receipt of my emails, and that has not happened. And it would be great for my record keeping and just good user friendliness. If you developed a policy when a complaint is filed, the secretary acknowledges that it's been received. The second thing is I want to thank all of the volunteer folks who serve on the task force, because you're really serving democracy and open government. And I applaud that you take your time to do this work without compensation. And finally, I hope that one day the Board of Supervisors funds airing your full task force meetings on SF.gov TV. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Petrellis. And your comment is noted. This is Administrator Peterson. Thank you. We have no other hands raised. Item number 4, file number 25008. Complaint filed by Joe Fitzgerald Rodriguez against the mayor's office for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.21, by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner. Hello, Mr. Darmali. You're here for item 4?
Yes.
One moment, please.
You.
Moving you to panelist position. Mr. Rodriguez, if you are in the online community, please raise your hand in the app so that I can find you. Mr. Joe Fitzgerald Rodriguez, if you are in the online community, please raise your hand in the app or press *3 if you're on the phone. Petitioner has not responded. Mr. Darmali is a panelist. Mr. Darmali from the mayor's office.
Okay, we have no petitioner here today on this matter. I would move that we table the matter. The matter be closed. And Mr. Rodriguez would need to reopen it to have an actual hearing on this matter.
So I think it's kind of early in the session, but also well, no, not necessarily. I mean, I'm happy to second it. I'm noting that maybe he'll show up.
And I have a question.
Yeah.
I don't know how appropriate it would be, but since we do have someone from the mayor's office, I was just curious in reading over this file, whether the new mayor has any kind of records retention policy in relation to their phone, and also what the search process might have been for this. But I don't know that it's appropriate to ask these questions if the case is not being heard, but they were issues that kind of were raised for me in looking at this case. And I'm wondering if, since that person is here, if possible to have a little bit of a back and forth, or whether you recommend against that.
I think that's a good idea, and it is somewhat similar to problems that we saw with the last mayor's office, and maybe a discussion, and I will give it to you, Member Stein, to ask a few questions or to talk it through. We might jump in also. What we could do is have that discussion, and then we'll double check whether the petitioner is here. So we'll give him a second chance in terms of time, because it is pretty early. And then if Mr. Rodriguez is there, I'll sort of bring my motion to close the case. So I would give the floor to you, Member Stein.
Okay, thank you, members.
Pardon me, we have a new caller, checking to see if it is the petitioner. Mr. Rodriguez, if you are in the room, like online, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. No response.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, so is it Mr. Darmali? Is that the name? I just had this is Member Stein on the task force. I just had a few questions for you. Could you just tell us what the search process was for these requested documents?
Yes. So, first of all, thank you all of you for your time with the Sunshine Task Force. I really do appreciate it. I know our office does appreciate it as well. So with this request is back from February. Actually, this request originated on January 3rd. So I was not, and I assumed the role of overseeing our public records in Sunshine in the mayor's office in May of this year. So I was not the person that originally did the search for this document, as that person had responsibilities shifted. But when this complaint did come up the other week, then I did go back and look for these documents. And then what that looks like, I mean, this complaint was asking specifically for Mayor Lurie's documents. So I went directly to him and searched for any documents that might have been there.
Where did you search exactly? On a phone?
So say that one more time.
Were you searching his phone?
This request was asking for text messages. So yes, his phone.
And does he have a city provided phone or a personal phone that he does business on?
I am not sure about that.
So the phone you looked at, you don't know if it was city provided or if it was just his personal cell phone.
I do not know if
Okay.
I didn't ask because I said we need to find, I explained what this was. And from there, I said we need to see all text messages. And beyond that, I'm not sure.
And
But it was very clear that, but it was very, I will add it, but it's our office, since this request has come in, has gone through many trainings on Sunshine and city ethics. So we're all aware on what is required of us in Sunshine, and we all understand that applies to personal devices, city devices, anything that could have city business on it is sunshineable and falls under the ordinance. So our office is well aware of that.
And does your office have any records retention policy relating to cell phones or the text messages on them?
So I will be honest, I didn't come prepared to talk about document retention policy for this complaint. So I just want to preface by saying that. I know I'm pretty sure that I know our office does have a document retention policy. I believe it's available on our website.
Yeah. Oh, I was just asking because I just wanted to to know if the reason maybe there wasn't any text is that the mayor doesn't keep his text messages, but that wasn't the case. There were text messages, just not relevant ones.
Could you say that? Could you maybe rephrase that question for me, please?
Yeah, so I wanted to kind of rule out that the reason there might not have been text messages is that no text messages were retained from that time period. But is it your contention that there were messages, but just none that were relevant to this request? Or were there no text messages because they're not in fact retained?
So I did not do the original search for these documents since this request was closed in February and I didn't come into this role until until May. So I can't tell you simply because I don't know about what happened during the initial search, as I'm not the one that did that.
Oh, I thought you had said that you did like a second search when you came on.
Correct. Once this complaint was brought to me, once I received this complaint on November 6th, then
So
I searched for documents.
So when you did that search, were there any documents at all from that time period, or were there no
So-
documents?
I did that search out of courtesy to, the requester and this complaint. I just wanted, that was by no means required, as our office already said we had no responsive documents and closed the request. And then when I went back again, just out of due diligence, there were no responsive documents.
But there were other documents that were not responsive from that time period. Like there were other texts had been retained, but none of them were responsive documents. Is that what you're saying, or were there just no texts at all from that time period? I guess I'm trying to find out, are texts being wiped within a certain time period, all texts, or was it just that of the texts that were there, none were responsive?
So the text messages that I saw, none were responsive to this request.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Anything from Member Sugarman?
No questions, I don't think. Except to say to the respondent that this, in particular to the complaint committee, if not the full task force, this issue is something that kind of remains fairly sticky in our minds, given our experience with the last mayor. And I had a question for Chair Schmidt. It was Mr. Rodriguez that brought the last one, right? No, it wasn't.
The matter that we found that Mayor Breed was in violation, and we actually did a referral, which is very rare, over to the Ethics Commission. In addition to our findings and order, we sent something to the Ethics Commission. This is 8 months ago or something, and I don't know what the status is on that. But I don't think it was, I don't think that was Mr. Rodriguez.
It wasn't. I remember now. I don't remember the petitioner, but I remember. I remember more about it at this point.
Rosa L. was the petitioner on that.
But I would recommend to, and this is an informal recommendation since we're not technically hearing this case tonight, to the respondent, because when you were discussing it with Member Stein about you didn't come prepared to discuss document retention policy, I can't imagine that this will be going away. And that when we do discuss it again, or hopefully sometime in the between December and when it comes up again, that someone does have a retention policy to discuss, because I think it will become important for this task force and for the people who want to know about communications within the mayor's office.
Okay, this is Chair Schmidt. I've got a couple things I want to cover, but well, let me start with this. Do you know, other than texting, do you know if the mayor uses other methods to send texts? And one example would be Signal. Is that known to you, or is there someone else at the mayor's office who would be aware of what the mayor does use?
I am not aware of every type of communication that every member of our staff does or has or uses. So I am not the best person. I can only speak for myself.
Do you use Signal for government business?
I mean, if you're asking me, that I know that's not routine of city business. My city business is all done through email, and our teams use through our government accounts.
Government accounts, okay. And you're not sure if the mayor uses Signal?
I don't know, as I wasn't prepared to discuss the types of documents we have or the methods of documents we have. I was just ready to talk about this one complaint.
That's fine. I get it. Thank you. And just to reiterate something that the other members mentioned, I'll just refer to the case involving the last mayor. Basically, what we think the mayor that mayor did was somehow on an almost daily basis delete all messages. And the mayor, and I believe also according to the city attorney's office, believed that there's nothing in the Sunshine Ordinance that would require any kind of retention of something like a text message or even, say, an email. And the task force, I can't speak for everyone here, but I think we made some rulings partly based on provisions of the Sunshine Ordinance that we believe would be contrary to the idea that the Sunshine Ordinance has nothing to do with record retention. And that's because there's a provision that talks about record preservation. And so we're not sure exactly what kind of deletion we might think would violate that provision, but I think we'll deal with it on a case-to-case basis. But the provision's there in the Sunshine Ordinance. And I think that the record retention policies that various departments have, I know they're based on authority to write a record retention policy. That in itself is fine. But ultimately, the state law gives a local government the ability to require certain retention. And so I think there's an argument, and it's an argument that we've been working with, that retention, not the word retention, but the word preservation in Administrative Code 67.297. It is a local preservation requirement that would apply to people texting. Anything that's a written document of any kind. And I think that maybe classically people have thought, well, a text is just a phone call. So if we don't have to save phone calls, we don't have to save texts. I'm not quite sure if that's something that flies with a true reading of the law here. Now, I will say we have no reason at the task force to think that the mayor's office would act in any way like what was going on with Mayor Breed. We haven't really dealt with the new mayor much, partly because maybe we've gotten one or two claims about sunshine with the mayor. And so it may be that, people in your office get it about what the obligations are. But I will just note that though we see things often in a way that is similar or equal to what the city attorney advises, there are places where this task force, it does not agree with what the city attorney has given advice on certain points. And so just be aware that, we will explain why we think something is different. But it is something that, some of the advice from the city attorney's office, it goes back 30 or 40 years, and they've been given the same advice to people. And I think things have changed in many ways, and technology has changed. And that's an example of where I think, we believe some of that advice is outdated. And there may be other reasons why we differ. So it's just something, especially when you get to ideas like, Signal has apparently immediate deletion. And even if it's not deleted, it's encrypted. I think that even the use of Signal or other similar services might be very questionable under California law, under local law. And the idea of rapid deletion of texts or emails that contain public business, that also, it troubles us a lot. And I don't know how often we'll see that as a problem, but it's something we're definitely catching every so often. And we are, totally inclined to find violations if something looks like it's amiss with the law. I'm just going to leave it there. And I do appreciate that we got a chance to talk with you about this, because it's just something where we're not quite sure if the if people in various spots get it about how, texting is actually, it's a written document that contains public information. So it's got to run through the process of analysis as to what's subject to availability to the public. Okay, I'm sorry if some of that was sounded like lecturing, but that's just certain things we wanted to update you on.
I appreciate that.
Oh, yes, Member Stein?
Do you want
want to just double check the petitioner hasn't arrived.
Oh, yeah. Anything, before we check to see if, Mr. Fitzgerald Rodriguez has arrived?
We do have an additional caller. Mr. Joe Fitzgerald Rodriguez, if you are in the online community, could you please raise your hand in the app or press *3 so that we can identify you? We have no acknowledgement.
Okay. I'm going to move that we close the matter subject to, rules that allow reopening.
Second.
Moved by Chair Schmidt, seconded by Member Sugarman to close the file per complaint procedure 7B. Taking public comment on this matter. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have no one in the room, one hand raised. Hello, caller. Do you wish to make public comment on item 4? Hello, caller.
Hi.
You've been. Hello.
Hi, this is Michael Petrellis again. Well, I'm disappointed. Rodriguez Fitzgerald is not here. I'm very glad he filed this complaint. I want to thank the task force members for questioning the mayoral rep. Regarding the representative, it is very disturbing that, 10 months into Daniel Laurie's tenure, he sends a representative who is not prepared to talk about the basics of records retention. That is what is a crucial matter here. And I think the mayor must be roundly criticized for not having a written policy about records retention, and for sending a representative who most of the time kept saying, oh, I'm not prepared to talk about that issue. I can't talk about what records I looked at or anything to do with the larger substance of, is the mayor committed to sunshine? And I get the sense, after listening to this discussion, the mayor doesn't have a clue. His staff is clueless about records retention and releasing the records. Now, I filed a complaint earlier this month, which has not been acknowledged, a complaint against the mayor regarding phone and video logs, which they are claiming they do not have. And I believe that this matter, should it come before this committee or any committee at the task force, gets to the heart of this matter, which is, how is the mayor retaining records like a phone log or messages that were sent to him over a 5-day period in January? The task force is doing a tremendously good job for democracy in starting this conversation today, even though you're closing it. I believe that the discussion will reopen with my complaint. I also want to quickly address that listening to the task force members talk about these policies, we need a uniform retention policy. If the mayor wants to be a good manager of the departments and his employees, he needs to create a uniform record retention and release policy for his office and every office within city government. We need to have a uniform method for retaining the records because it will only help open government. Thank you.
All right.
Thank
Thank you, Mr. Petrellis.
Is there anyone else wishing to make public comment on this motion? Please raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have no one in the queue, no one in the room. Taking the vote on item 4, Chair Schmidt.
Aye.
Chair Schmidt, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. 3 ayes, motion passes.
Okay, so that matter is ended. Thank you, Mr. Denali, for your cooperation on this matter.
Thank you all so much.
Item number 5, complaint, or item number 5, file number 25033. Complaint filed by Jodair Gaines against San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.21, by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner. Moving Mr. Gaines to a panelist. If there is a representative from the Municipal Transportation Agency in the online community, please raise your hand in the app or press *3 so that you can be identified. Mr. Edwards? One moment, please. Hello, confirming Scott Edwards. Are you here for item number 5, file 25033?
Yes, this is Scott Edwards, and I'm here.
All right, one moment, please. Promoting you to panelist, you'll be able to raise and lower your hand independently. Parties are
Okay.
present.
All right, great. We have parties here. At this point, I will explain how we're going to proceed today with the cases before us. This is the complaint committee. It is not the full task force. We do not make final decisions. We review the cases to determine if they are appropriate to send for consideration for the full task force, to review whether there is jurisdiction due to allegations about public documents or public records or public meetings. Also, we look at the merits of the case, not to make a decision on the merits, but in some cases to make recommendations. And we may also send matters on to the task force with various let's say additional requirements or suggestions, et cetera, et cetera. And so today we will hear from each of the parties, first from the petitioner for up to 3 minutes, and then from the respondent for up to 3 minutes, keeping in mind that the members of the committee have already had the chance to review all the documents in the files. And after the 3 minutes and the 3 minutes, the next period will be questions from task members to the speakers. And after those questions, we here, the task force members, will deliberate and decide what we want to do with the matter. Okay, so on this matter, the Gaines matter, let's begin when our administrator, Peterson, is ready with the clock. You'll be able to give us your presentation, Mr. Gaines.
Mr. Gaines, I'll give you a 30-second warning when your 3 minutes is about to end. Are you ready to speak?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Are you ready?
I am.
Your time begins now.
Good evening. At the September 17th Education and Outreach Committee hearing, the committee made it clear that SFMTA did not fulfill my records request. I asked for all email correspondences involving my email address, and instead of producing those records, SFMTA directed me to a public website. But under law, they, not a website, are the custodian of records. Let's see. I want to make it clear, the records from that hearing, SFMTA stated that I refused to narrow my request. That is false. When they claimed the search would take over 1,000 hours, I narrowed and tailored the scope of my request, and that narrowing of the document is public record. Since then, SFMTA has produced no evidence of a search or no evidence of any production. Under California Government Code 6253.1, the custodian has an affirmative duty to help the requester identify records and provide a meaningful response. That never happened. Under California Code Section 6253A, records must be promptly available unless a specific exemption under 6254 is cited. SFMTA cited no specific exemptions. If SFMTA believed any portions was exempt, according to statute 6253B, it requires the agency to release non-exempt portions with redactions and explain why redactions cannot be used. I received no explanation, no exempt notice, no redactions, nothing. The California Supreme Court decision in the City of San Jose versus Superior Court makes clear that agency must actually search for and produce responsive communications and cannot simply direct a requester to a public website such as SF Data. Based on the record, SFMTA has not provided any
30 seconds.
They haven't provided any search descriptions, any exemptions, explanation, or any production. I request the committee to find a violation and order a proper search and proper production of the request that I'm making of my records.
Thank you.
Thank you. Could I just pause this for a moment? I have a question for Administrator Peterson. The petitioner referred to a September 17th EOTC meeting, and I'm wondering if and what such meeting impacted this case.
One moment, please.
Yeah, members, did you see that in the file? Okay, maybe Mr. Gaines is talking about something different, but it sounds like it might be an overlap at least.
This is Victor. Could you repeat the day of the EOTC meeting?
September 17?
Of what year?
I believe this, it sounds like it was this year that Mr. Gaines
They
was
did not
referred.
meet on September 17th. They met on September 23rd.
And that is correct. It was item, excuse me, Mr. Young. It was item number 6. My apologies for not listing this in the agenda. It was moved by Member Yankee, who was attending that meeting, seconded by Chair Hyland, to continue the matter and forward it to the Complaint Committee and ask that the SFMTA provide a point-by-point response to each of the requests listed in NR 24-6646, located on pages 3 through 8 of the meeting packet. This is a published draft agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Young.
I think that clarifies.
Because
we have that response, right? The item by item response on page 20 to page 22 of the packet.
I think so.
I wonder if the petitioner has seen that.
What's the date on that?
It's not dated, it's just like 3 pages of a response listed as the initial response, and I assume it's from the respondent because it lists what documents were released, when documents weren't released, but it doesn't have a date like it was sent to someone.
Is there a name on it?
Even.
It's page 20 to 22. Yeah, I saw that also. Okay, well, let's go ahead then. We can probably clear up anything that is unclear when we're doing our questioning. But let's go ahead with our up to 3 minute presentation from the respondent side.
Mr. Edwards, are you ready for your 3 minutes to begin?
I am.
Your time begins now.
Thank you. Good evening. As you may have noted, the file submitted by Mr. Gaines is about 200 pages long. At the EOTC meeting, the committee members did indeed ask the SFMTA to provide a point-by-point response to Public Records Request 6646, demonstrating that we did indeed respond to Mr. Gaines' request. As you've noted, we did provide that response, and we believe we have responded substantially to Mr. Gaines' request, providing specific items that he requested, providing when we did not have items, providing that we did not have responsive records to those requests, and also providing the legal reasons for any redactions or withholding of any of the files or records that we had.
Thank you.
Welcome the committee's questions.
Okay, thank you. And that's just a preliminary question I have. That's the 3-page document that, at least in our record, we have it at pages 20 through 22, where there's answers. Let's see. Okay, the text is in both the color black and the color red, correct?
That's correct. The items in red are the items that were requested. So that's the text from the timeline on next request from Mr. Gaines. The items in black are our responses.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it looks like this was submitted along with probably some covers, but maybe the order of the documents doesn't make it clear, sort of the date it was submitted, et cetera. I'll now ask the petitioner, did you receive this 3-page document that has the red and black combination of text?
I have not. And if you can provide when that was produced.
Yeah, I don't know the date exactly. It might be, let's see. Okay, it looks like it's possible that that was sent to the task force on November 13. So not a long time, or let's see. Yeah, or yeah, November 13.
I did not get a copy of that.
Okay, thank you. Now, yeah, Ms. Peterson, I was just going to ask you, it looks like you have something to say, but if the November 13 date is compliant in terms of submitting it for us, but it looks like it made it into the file. But go ahead.
My question was not regarding the September 13 possible submission date. My question is to Mr. Gaines, if I may.
Yeah.
Mr. Gaines, did you receive did you receive the email from the task force regarding the posting of the agenda?
Of today's meeting?
Last week. Friday.
Let me see. I don't believe so, but I would have to double check my emails, my records.
All right.
It does look like the agenda was emailed. And so this is in the packet that was sent to us. So it seems like it's something we can just consider as being part of the case. Yes. Okay. Now we can have questions from the members.
I guess I can ask a couple questions. This is Member Stein of Mr. Gaines. I just want to be sure of what your complaint is about. Is it about the lateness of the response or the incompleteness of the response? Or, well, I mean, I guess first I can ask, is it about the lateness of the response at all? Do you consider the response to have been late?
I consider the response to be incomplete and late.
Okay, can you tell me why you consider it to be late?
Because per my records, I never received that document.
You know, they're listing in this, if you have the access to the agenda today and the packet today, I don't know if you have access to that now. They're citing some PDFs that they shared of, for instance, records of communication. They're citing some complaints and resolutions they shared concerning the Jamestown Avenue location. They're citing records of complaints against vehicle with the California license plate that they shared what's it called? A spreadsheet, essentially, as well as citations related to vehicle violations and some other documents. So they're showing a bunch of documents that they believe they shared with you, and it's your contention that you did not get any of these documents?
Correct.
Okay. Can I ask the respondent, what method did you use to share these documents?
Hello, yes, thank you for the question. So I prepared the documents, I uploaded them to Next Request, and our point of contact for PRRs, Caroline Salaya, then released them to the requester.
Okay, and so again, the question for the petitioner, have you checked Next Request to see if they were there, or have you had any issues accessing Next Request?
I haven't had any issues accessing Next Request. Any Next Request, anything sent through Next Request gets sent through my email. Let's see. Yeah, if SFMTA is saying they fulfilled my record request on November 13th, I want to be very clear for the record. I've never received any records from SFMTA on that date. And it should have been sent via email if it was through that portal.
I'm going back and trying to look at because we have some pages from Next Request here. Okay, so you contend that you didn't get those, and then I guess I'm going to turn over my questions now to someone else while I look for these.
You want me to ask a question or two, or? Yeah. Yeah. So, Mr. Gaines, are you telling us that in response to your records request, you've received nothing.
I only received one portion of my initial public records request, which was a list of prior complaints filed against SFMTA Captain Shanika Bell. They were able to send a copy of one complaint filed against her, April of 2024. But other than that, all other requests were fulfilled. Even my request saying that I want all correspondences sent involving my personal email, they referenced me to S data. So I feel like in that sense, that's not being fulfilled because SFMTA is in fact the custodian. So besides that one prior complaint filed against SFMTA Captain Shanika Bell, I have yet to receive any records of my request that have been fulfilled. And it seems like you're saying now 13th something, but
Mr.
I don't have.
Edwards, I'm going to ask the respondent something similar. Can you give me just a ballpark figure as to how large the production has been in this matter to Mr. Gaines? Do you have any idea, like, say, in sort of classical, how many pages kind of thing, what has actually, what your understanding has been produced to by SFMTA?
I thank you for the question. Offhand, I don't know. I can count the documents that you're looking at from our response list that we provided to him, but not all some of the documents were provided from other units within the MTA and all uploaded. Like, for example, the spreadsheet with the violations to a specific license plate that was uploaded by a different unit within the MTA. The documents that he's talking about, that the ones that were there was a training report that wasn't provided by myself, that was provided by HR. So I wouldn't know offhand. I did not download all of the documents that were provided that were not provided by my unit directly, but I did go through and when myself and Caroline, we were the ones that produced this 3-page list of how we responded. And I did go through and look up every single document that was uploaded to Next Request and listed all of them within the specific points addressing what Mr. Gaines had requested. I do think there might be one bit of confusion because this the PRR 24-6646 was back in November of 2024. And it is it's possible, listening to the back and forth from the last question, it's possible, Mr. Gaines, when you were asking him if he had received anything from us, I don't think it's his intention, and I don't know, and that should be a clarification, but I don't think it's his intention to say he didn't receive anything from us. I think he was trying to say that he didn't receive this document directly from us. It was sent by us to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, not directly to him. I didn't intend for anyone to believe that I uploaded this document to Next Request.
Okay. I yeah, got it. So you and Ms. Celaya, you compiled the 3-page document after the EOTC meeting, and you actually did an inquiry as to each of the documents it says were produced, and those were made available they all were made available on Next Request, to your knowledge, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further, but Member Stein has questions.
I do. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Edwards, but I did not see submitted by you a timeline from Next Request of documents that were uploaded and released. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, other than a specific timeline, other than the dates which are in the beginning of that response document of our responses, I believe all of the documents were released on the same day. I'm not sure though.
Right.
I'm not involved in the release of the documents, just the uploading of the documents that I have that are responsive.
Okay, well, what I'm going to suggest, because it's very hard for us to know whether things were released or not. I mean, I know you gave us that document, but the thing that would, I think, really help the task force is that Next Request makes it possible for you to print a timeline of, you know, the requests and the clarifications of a particular request, along with whatever it was that was published and shared with the requester. It's called a Next Request timeline, and I believe that if you have access to Next Request, you can just go in and make a, you know, download that timeline, which would show us exactly what documents were released and what date. We can't go and look at that ourselves because you've not made the request publicly visible. The few examples of it that I have show that it wasn't a published request, but you would have access to it. And in theory, you know, the petitioner would also have access to it. But since you're saying that all of these documents were released, and, you know, suggesting dates, it would be very, very helpful for us to have that Next Request timeline, since you said they were in fact published on Next Request. That would take any questions out of my mind about what documents were given and when they were released and whether the petitioner would have had access to them.
Absolutely. I'll talk about that. Talk to Caroline Salaya about that. But from my point of view, I'd be happy to provide that.
Okay, yeah, I think it would be essential if this case goes forward for you all to provide that.
Yeah, sounds good.
Mr. Gaines, there's a specific claim that you make that you were told to go to Data SF. Now, the only thing I found was that you were told that that would be an alternative way to find documents. I'm not sure if there's a separate point in time where you were told something more to the effect that, well, we don't have those documents. You need to go to Data SF if you want to get those documents. Could you tell me, was that ever communicated to you?
That was never communicated with me. So what was communicated was if I wanted the records that I'm requesting to then go to SF data. But I responded saying, you guys are the custodian of records. Why do I have to go somewhere else to get the records that you guys have? And from there was no response.
Okay. And so did they tell you in a writing that we have, that if you wanted those documents, you had to go to SF data?
Yes, I believe it was provided to your task force.
Okay.
So it's like they're the custodian of record, but they're telling me to go somewhere else. It's kind of really unprofessional, but also illegal.
Okay, I have no further questions, members. All right, so we may have one or two questions, but at this time we're going to deliberate and determine next steps.
I just think we have opposing assertions. We have an assertion from the petitioner that they didn't receive any of these documents. We have an assertion from the respondent, but in just a kind of memo to us that they released all of these documents. There should be actual incontrovertible evidence out there about whether it was released or not on Next Request that we don't have access to because it was not publicly published. But in theory, that either the petitioner can go to that request and download the timeline, or the respondent can go to that request and download the timeline showing either that nothing was released or that everything was released. And then we could actually at least answer that question and maybe move on to questions of whether things were, properly redacted or not But I feel like unless we have from either petitioner the complete timeline of how this request was responded to, I don't feel like we can make a decision. You know, so I feel like it has to go to the full task force, but it has to be heard by the full task force. We need that timeline.
Oh, I was going to recommend something similar based on what you're saying, that we just push it into next month until to give them the opportunity to produce this information before pushing it to the full task force. But
Maybe,
I mostly think that because if the respondent does have the evidence that the documents were produced and they were in next request, then it would save the full task force from having to hear it. That's my reasoning.
So you mean have it come back to us?
Yeah. It's just usually, like, I mean, at least in my experience, pushing things forward to the full task force, it's because it's a question that we can't answer ourselves.
Yeah, true. But this might be a case of like an incomplete file, essentially, that we just don't have enough evidence to.
yeah,
Administrator's fault, it's incomplete, but it's just, we don't have, there's a piece of evidence out there, which either the petitioner or respondent can access, that would really help us answer what happened, but we don't have it.
yeah. I mean, I'm surprised that I haven't seen this particular kind of thing that often. This idea that one side says, we gave the documents, and the other side said, I never got the documents. That's but you're right that we do know one solution that would answer the question, which is the record of production in next request. And we need one of the parties to get that, because we can't get that, and it's not our job to get that. We could have it come back to us, or maybe a creative solution would be that we approve the matter and make no recommendation, and yet we say that it's ready to go to the task force, with the requirement, however, that as soon as either party submits the next request information that they can access, then we can schedule it before the full task force. So we could either have it come back to us when it's received, or we could just say, well, at that point, we don't need to see it. It could go to the full task force. So, that's just maybe a way that we could deal with this one. Two ways that we could possibly deal with it.
Can I ask the petitioner a question?
Yeah.
Just a quick question for the petitioner. Of the document or documents that you have received, are you saying that some of them improperly redacted or withheld information?
I'm sorry, can you repeat your question?
Are you also saying that of the documents that you received, you believe that information was improperly withheld or redacted?
So the complaint I did get, no, that's not what I'm saying. No.
Okay. That just, I felt like if that was also a component, like, to me, it makes more sense to go to the full task force. But if that's not a component, maybe it can come back here and we can make a determination on 6721 that maybe doesn't have to have another hearing, except for it is kind of another hearing because we're hearing it again.
Yeah.
But
That's fine. Yeah. We could just say we can't really do anything until we see the proof that those documents themselves. And it looks to me like there is a contention by the respondent that they were all produced on December 2024. I got that in like somewhere in the first 19 pages, but I didn't write down the exact page number. But I think if we just get that
Timeline.
and we could get it from either party, we could say, we're going to continue. Okay, I'm going to move that we continue this matter until we're able to receive from one of the parties the next request timeline. And then we will,
Please allow the chair to speak.
determine how to proceed further.
Excuse me, is there
Chair,
a time for rebuttal?
Chair, this is Victor. May I make a suggestion that you continue this matter to the call of the chair, and the chair can decide whether or not to reschedule it at a committee or to forward it to the full task force.
That's even better. Okay, I second your motion, Victor.
I'll second your motion, Madam Chair.
That's my motion now.
Clarification, is the action moved by Chair Schmidt, seconded by Vice Chair Stein to continue the matter to the call of the chair?
Yes.
And you may want to add the note that the chair will decide whether or not to reschedule before complaint committee or to forward it to the full task force.
That is, rehear the matter?
I think go ahead and get that written down. I do think we should have it in our ruling that the part about the missing information.
Capturing that the matter.
Read what you have.
Moved by Chair Schmidt, seconded by Vice Chair Stein to continue the matter to the call of the chair. The chair will decide whether to rehear the matter or forward it to the full task force for hearing.
It should say to continue the matter to the call of the chair until we are able to receive the next request timeline from one of the parties. I'm just repeating myself
Perfect.
on what you said.
Perfect. What I said was great.
To continue the matter to the call of the chair until the committee receives the next request timeline from one of the parties.
Yeah, so that's our motion. I think we would have rather, move this forward to full task force at this time, but that's a critical piece of information that we can't really do anything without at this point. Yeah. Okay, that's our motion, and let's go ahead and have the public comment on it.
Just a moment, please. Taking public comment on item 5. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. I'll give you a moment.
So we know.
We have no one in the room. We have one hand raised. Hello, caller. Do you wish to make public comment on item number 5?
Yes, thank you. And also thank you, Ms. Peterson and members of the committee. Did Mr. Edwards put his name and job title on any of the correspondence in this matter as required by government code?
Is that your comment?
Yeah, yeah, that's my comment. That's it.
Could we get the name? If you don't have to give us your name, but
No, yeah, Aaron Wilson.
okay, thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Anyone else wishing to make public comment on item 5? Mr. Gaines, I see your hand raised. We are taking public comment,
It's miniature.
not statements from the parties. We have no one in the room, no hands raised.
Okay, we could have a vote then. Member Stein, should we be looking at something? Or
Yeah,
should we go ahead and vote on this? We're looking at the record again.
Yeah, because I had asked the respondent if this complete thing was included. Now I am seeing something on page 11 onward. Ugh. It's really small print and, but I'm seeing some, like a Jamestown document released. I mean, I can't really read the date it was released here, maybe November 12th or something, and then it's just,
Yeah, there's a part of the file that is almost illegible. And it's about like pages 10 through 16.
but I can see there was a Gaines citation issued in a spreadsheet, probably on November 26th. There's a SOP abandoned vehicles document released, same date. Another spreadsheet released, several public records requests seemingly made to Muni that were released. Yeah, so it looks like there were a bunch of documents released that are, I don't know if it's all the documents. I haven't matched it against, you know.
So that's a record that some documents were produced that are at the moment they're in question whether they were produced.
Yes, it would be useful to get a decently sized copy of this and just make sure that any and all records, because I'm not even sure what date this was printed. But this is a timeline. Sorry. I'm going back and trying to figure out when this is printed. March 16th, 2025. And I'm assuming the respondent put that in, but I don't know. So, I mean, we can see a record that many documents were released. I'm not sure if it's all of the documents. So I also want to encourage the petitioner to check next request again and let us know which documents, if this does go forward, let us know which documents you think are missing.
I wonder if I should withdraw my motion because of what Member Stein just found, because it does look like we have a version of what we just put into this motion, and it may suffice to satisfy the reason we put it into our motion. And it might be that the fact that that version is in the record already means that we could just send this thing to the task force and do it with no recommendation, not consent. Just say, I'm going to do that. I'm going to withdraw my motion and move that we find the task force has jurisdiction, that the records are public, and this matter be sent for hearing at the next available full task force meeting.
With no recommendation?
No recommendation. Yeah,
Sorry to
get that in writing, but Member Stein may have
Yeah, I'll
something.
just say, I'm just trying to do a quick check of the number of documents that that particular timeline shows were released. It shows, a next request timeline shows about 10 documents that were released. So it's less than are mentioned in this letter from the SFMTA. So for instance, the SFMTA letter mentions like a Bell complaint document, or a document titled Bell complaint. I don't believe that appears in the next request timeline. So I'm just kind of going through trying to see, but I don't think it is in that timeline as we saw it. So it would still be, I would especially like encourage the petitioner, if, you know, as well as the respondent, to put in a version of the timeline that shows all of these documents that you mention in your letter.
And so the questions, there's a few different questions. I'm just going to extemporate here for a minute. There don't seem to be any questions about redactions. I think that the petitioner believes that there are documents that exist that were not produced. They may have been withheld based on one of the many privileges, exemptions that were asserted. It seems like it may be that certain documents were claimed to have been produced but were not produced. Any of those questions might be part of what happens with the full task force. I think at this point, you know, we just send it on.
Yeah.
I'd love to have, you know, made it more of a concise motion in terms of narrowing the scope, but I think we just have to do that with this one.
Yeah, and I just want to recommend to the petitioner, who I know who has not yet seen this letter from the SFMTA, that you go and look at your next request timeline. You look at this letter from the SFMTA and you let us know if there are particular documents that you still believe you did not receive. I mean, that you didn't receive.
Because there is a reading of this case that is possible that the documents that do exist that are not exempt were produced. And so it could be that the SFMTA did everything within its power and responsibility to reply here. So that's not ruled out at this point. But we think that it's something that the whole task force has to just make its decision on, it, at least according to me. And that's sort of the basis for my motion.
And I seconded, I didn't already.
Member Stein, second.
Moved by Chair Schmidt, seconded by Vice Chair Stein, to find that the task force has jurisdiction, that the requested records are public, and to forward the matter to the full task force with no recommendations. With no recommendation, singular. Public comment. Anyone in the online community wishing to make public comment, please raise your hand in the app or press *3.
Thanks for checking that. That was a good idea.
We have no one in the room? No hands raised. Taking the vote. Chair Schmidt.
Aye.
Chair Schmidt, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. 3 ayes. Motion passes. May I get clarification from Mr. Edwards on your title, please? Is it Deputy Director, Streets/Parking Enforcement and Traffic?
Deputy Director / Deputy Chief. Otherwise, everything is correct.
Thank you. Deputy Director/Deputy Chief.
Okay, thank you to the parties in that case. We'll see you later. Okay. Yeah, let's go to the next item. When you're ready, Ms. Peterson.
One moment, please. Item number 6, file number 25073, complaint filed by Gilbert Kenneth Solt against the Human Services Agency for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.21, by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner. On October 15, 2025, the task force continued the matter to the next available committee meeting. Parties, if you are in the online community, please raise your hand in the app or press *3 so that you can be identified. Hello, Ms. Berry. Forwarding you to panelists. One moment, please.
Thank you.
Mr. Solt, if you are in the online community, I'll give you a moment. Please raise your hand in the app or press *3. Petitioner does not appear to be present. Ms. Berry, Ms. Michelle Berry,
Yes.
department is present and a panelist.
Okay, so unless you think we should do anything else to check if petitioner's here, it sounds like we know that petitioner's not here. And based on that, I'll move that we close the file.
Pursuant to 7B.
Sure.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Pursuant to 7B, I move that we close the file.
Yeah, yes, that part I got. Is there a second?
I almost want to make a comment before we close it.
That's fine.
On page 9 of the packet, it said that the petitioner made a public records request for, quote, all communications regarding the Californian Academy of Sciences this year. To locate the records, I emailed ODA for records. No records were found for the Californian Academy of Sciences. I find that rather, I struggle to articulate this eloquently, petty, unnecessary to be so specific about someone who was clearly looking for a record and did not spell that correctly.
I'll just add, Member Stein, that I also had a note about that the first search, I think, could have been performed for both California and Californian Academy, if anybody had thought about it.
And with that, I'm okay to move forward.
So does that mean you second that motion?
Yes, I second.
Okay. Thank you,
Seconded by
members.
Member Sugarman. Taking public comment on item 6. If you'd like to make public comment, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have no one in the room. One hand raised. Hello, Mr. Wilson. Do you wish to make public comment on item 6?
Yeah, just comment. Thank you for bringing that up, committee member Sugarman, because this is what it's about. It's a cat and mouse game with these people, and they would do that type of stuff all the time. So basically, you have to sort of trick them to get the records. And otherwise, they're looking for any out, and certainly not within the spirit of the ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have no one in the room, no other hands raised. I'm taking the vote. Chair Schmidt.
Aye.
Chair Schmidt, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. 3 ayes. Motion passes.
You know,
That's, yeah.
Item 7, file number 25075. Complaint filed by Jared Stratton against the San Francisco Police Department for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.21, by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner. On October 15, 2025, the Complaint Committee tabled/closed the matter due to non-attendance by the petitioner. On October 26, 2025, petitioner Jared Stratton emailed the task force and stated that he was unable to attend the October 15, 2025 meeting due to an emergency. On October 29, 2025, the file was reopened at petitioner's request. Promoting Mr. Stratton to panelist. Promoting Lieutenant Hepler to panelist. Are there any other parties in the room here on this matter? Parties are present.
Okay, so whenever you're ready, we'll hear first from the petitioner.
Mr. Stratton, you'll have 3 minutes. I'll give you a 30-second warning when your time is about to expire. Are you ready to speak?
Yes.
Your time begins now.
Well, basically, we asked for a file related to a serial killer, and we got just a blanket response. They have a duty to at least send us something. And at this point, it's a 50-year-old case. It shouldn't be open and active to the point where it outweighs public interest. Most of the people involved in the case are dead, so handwritten notes from the mid-70s aren't going to affect a case in a modern timeline. It's going to be solved by DNA or some other matter. So what we're asking for is, everything up until that point. They have to send us something, and they haven't. Yeah, they didn't apply the public interesting balance test, which is 67.24, 6727. They didn't segregate for non-exempt records. So all we're asking for is that they send over what they can, and they do it in a timely manner.
Thank you. All right, we can hear from the respondent next.
Thank you, task force members. This is Lieutenant Hepler.
Lieutenant Hepler, give me just a moment, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Lieutenant. Your 3 minutes begins now.
Thank you, task force members. Lieutenant Hepler with the San Francisco Police Department Legal Division. As we provided on 9/12/2025, we received a public records request. Reference number is P223477-0912225. It was a lengthy request. We provided it in writing. I won't read it here since it is so lengthy. We did respond to the request. It was for a case file, a homicide case file regarding, quote, the Doodler serial killer case. We responded on the 12th to that request, informing the complainant that the request was denied due to the fact this is an open case and an open investigation citing government code, California Government Code 7923.600. We told in our response, we told the complainant that the case remains open and disclosure of the requested information at this time may endanger successful completion of that investigation and or adjudication. Therefore, we are declining to release the records under that California Government Code 7923.600, which does exempt disclosure of the records and due to the open investigation. We received another public request on the 28th of September 2025 under reference number P22549709825, which we did attach to our response, our written response to the task force. I won't read that one as well as it's very lengthy. It was basically citing some codes and requesting the same case file. We responded to that on the 30th of September, 2 days later in 2025, informing the requesting party that we are still declining to release these records as it is an open investigation, citing that same government code 7923.600, which exempts from disclosure of records, complaints, investigations conducted by intelligence, information, or security procedures of and investigatory or security files compiled by local police agencies. As such, we inform them we are unable to provide them with the information they seek, as disclosure of this information would endanger successful completion of the investigation.
30 seconds.
I was able to speak with the sergeant in charge of the cold case homicide unit and verified that this case is still open and that no part of this case is releasable at this time. Based upon this, we do not believe that we violated section 67.21 of the administrative code, and that we are in compliance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions, members of the parties? Member Stein, do you?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of how to phrase this question, but it's kind of a question for Lieutenant Hepler. Can you, other than the fact that someone told you that the case is still open, or the person in charge said it was still open, is there any evidence or materials you can provide us that show that this investigation is still active or ongoing in any way?
Can you elaborate on what kind of materials you would be requesting or looking, or
like if there's some kind of log sheet that just describes like any activities taken in relation to a case?
that would probably be included in chronological investigation, which are the notes for the investigation. So we wouldn't be able to provide that. Like I said, I was able to speak with the sergeant in charge of the cold case unit at our homicide division and was informed that this case is still being worked on actively and that no part can be segregated or released at this time.
And there's nothing that you can provide us that would show us some activity in relation to this case?
I don't have access to homicide case files to go through them without their permission, but I can't provide any part of this case file to you guys, no.
Okay. That's my only question.
Okay. To the respondent, you just mentioned that the inquiry went to, you called it the cold case unit. And I wonder what exactly, what would be the reason this case resides at this time in the cold case unit?
It's a open homicide case file that after a certain amount of time, I believe they moved their cases into what's called a cold case unit. The specificities on how and they do that and why they do that, I'm not privy to.
Okay. And do you know what happens when a case is deemed to be cold and it's moved to that unit?
No, I've never worked in that homicide unit. I'm not sure, but I do know that in speaking with the sergeant in charge that they do still work on these cases. And I think it wasn't related to this, and I'm not sure it has any bearing, but our cold case unit just was able to solve a 47-year-old case last week where they arrested a person in Colorado.
Wow. Okay. Thank you. That's a good, that does help to hear in relation to this case. Let's see. Oh, the question I had for the respondent is, okay, what is your role in dealing with sunshine requests at this time? I'm just like, are you working in that unit? Do you?
Yeah, so my role in the police department at this time, which would include coming before task force members here, I'm the officer in charge of our legal division right now, which handles our public requests. Not all of the requests that come from the public go through our legal division. If it's a request for, say, body-worn camera footage, that would go through our body-worn camera unit, which has its own officer in charge at this point. Our media relations unit handles all requests by the media or from journalists. So they would go in front of your task force members and handle a complaint. When it is a request from the public, i.e., such as this one, where they're looking for some sort of case file regarding a homicide or a sexual assault, and it's a public member, and they use our GovQA portal to make the request, and we either provide it or we have denials and they make a complaint, then yes, it's my division, and I would be the one, or someone, if in my stead, one of my sergeants, if I wasn't able to make it, would come before you guys and explain why we didn't and feel that we didn't release it, and feel that the department followed the guidelines that we should be following.
Okay, thank you. Now, in this case, there was a determination made that pretty much the entire case would not be produced based on the state exemption for investigative files. I don't think I'm saying anything unusual there, but that's a determination was made. And my question is, do you have a process in your division for how you make that determination? Do you have a meeting? Is there a person who makes a final decision, et cetera? Could you just explain to us a little bit about what you can about that process?
Yeah, no problem. So when we receive public requests to the legal division, generally they will come through GovQA and they will get assigned to one of our employees there, one of our legal analysts, and then they will do the research and try to fulfill the public request. And then they would submit the information that they either were able to find, or if there is an exemption or denial for some reason, they would submit that to one of the sergeants in our legal division for review. And then it would go up the chain to myself with any questions. And if there are no issues, then it would be the letters would go to the members of the public, or the information would be provided if it was releasable. That's kind of the process that we do in our division, in the legal division. I can't so speak for like media relations or body-worn camera.
Got it. Fair enough. Now, it sounds to me like you would actually approve the sending out. You would review the analyst's work, and you would then either not approve it or approve it before sending out whatever might be produced or not produced to the public, correct?
Yeah, so someone, either myself or a sergeant in our office, would go through every request prior to something being sent out and make an approval.
Okay. And in this case, you would if it were something that comes to you, I know it could come to a sergeant, but you would look at the basically the state law, the local law about when investigative files need to be produced, and you determine if an exemption applies. You would, well, someone else would tell you they think an exemption applies, and then you would sort of you would approve or maybe change what they say, but you would make a decision about applying the exemption in order to justify non-production.
Yes. So exactly. So like if one of our analysts completes a denial, like in this case per code 7923.600 and our SF administrative code 6724D, which is applicable here as well. If I'm the sergeant or as myself as officer in charge of the unit, we would review their work and verify that they're using the correct exempted code and that it's being used properly. Mm-hmm. And if at times we do have this, not in this case, if there's some sort of portion that we believe should be released, or if they're releasing something that we should be exempt and they missed it, then it's a checks and balances type situation. If that's okay. Hopefully that answered your question.
Yes, absolutely. And what I'm actually leading up to is it's just so that process gets you to sort of a final call on what you're going to produce, what you're going to withhold. And in this case, it's pretty much based on the fact that it's an investigative file. Now, after you've gone through that process, does anyone consider taking something that is deemed to be exempt and consider the fact that you still could produce it? You don't have to apply the exemption to deny production. Does anyone consider the idea that even though you have an exemption, that doesn't mean you can't produce it? It just means you are not required to produce it. Is there a process for going on to that further consideration of sort of optional production?
I'm trying to think about how to answer your question.
It's not an easy. It's not.
I understand what you're saying,
Okay.
and yes, but I could say there is. So if one of our analysts gets a request for production, if they have any questions, they can go to the sergeant and they can consult, like, should we be producing this? Can we take part of it out? They will contact the investigative unit in a case saying, hey, we need to produce this. If the investigative unit is saying it's open, we can't, but we can give this part or that part. In this case, it's no part. So I don't believe there was any discussion about segregating parts of this case but as it pertains to the overall process at the legal division, we take everything at more of like a case by case basis. And when these questions arise, we do try to look at everything individualized and see how we can release things. But when something needs to be exempt, we try to follow either our administrative codes for exemptions or our California law. And I
Okay.
don't know if I answered that, but I tried to. So
yeah, that was very helpful. Thank you. It's not necessarily the most answerable question. But I wanted to raise that. Now I'm going to shift to the petitioner for a moment. Have you considered, in light of the fact that the exemptions, as I just spoke with the respondent about, might apply, yet that doesn't mean that the respondent has to withhold the records. It just means that they may withhold the records. Have you considered bringing a request to the police commission that, based on the facts of this case, that they might they may believe that it's in the public interest to release the records and they may even, consider directing the department to choose to produce the records. Have you thought about doing something like that?
No. I thought I'd present the case here and see what you said. I mean, I think that the local law is pretty clear. At least they have to produce something. A blanket denial, they can just say for anything in every case. And, that's just a clear, it's not in the spirit of the law.
Yeah.
There's parts that can be released that I'm sure are not going to jeopardize in any single way the investigation. They're just choosing not to.
Yes. And I agree with you that, some of the issues in this case are how far do these exemptions go? And, how correct is the department in asserting the exemptions in this case? And, that's something that we'll be considering, we're looking at. And yet the other aspect, which I just was sort of introducing for you, is even if, say, we were to decide that we believe the police department was within their rights to withhold production, the police department doesn't have to make that be their final decision. That's just that they don't have a legal obligation to produce. But as with many government records, the fact that an exemption applies doesn't mean you can't choose to produce. There are some records, it's kind of a small subset, where production cannot happen. But a lot of government records, even if they're exempt, they can choose to produce. So I'm just throwing that out there as I wondered if you had considered doing that. Okay. I don't think I have any further questions.
I just have one more question.
Yeah, Member Stein.
For Lieutenant Hepler. I'm just wondering, is there a process for closing a cold case that is not solved after some period of time, or would that just remain open in perpetuity?
Like I said, not to avoid answering your question, I've never worked a cold case homicide, even though I've done investigations. I can speak as an investigator previously in this department. and having many of my own cases, it's hard because I've never worked a homicide, but at some point I would assume that the case would be closed if there's an arrest made, or get to a point where it's run its course. Say maybe if this case wasn't 45, or I don't know how exactly old it is, but 45 to 50 years old, if it was 75 to 100 years old, then I would assume that maybe they put it to rest, but I don't know what process they use.
And you don't know of any particular policy?
For the homicide division in their cold case unit, how they do that, I don't know if they have what their policy is on how they determine when the case needs to be closed. I can tell you that when I was working missing persons investigations, we were working cases from years and years where the person who's missing was approaching, over 100 years old, and then we'd have to talk to the California Department of Justice about trying to close that case because we weren't allowed to close missing persons cases. But I know that's kind of not probably relevant to the homicide case for answering this, but there's different processes for different units, and I'm not aware of the process they use at the homicide unit and the cold case homicide unit for closing cases that are very old and not solved.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further questions, members? And so that at this point, we can talk about what we want to do with the matter. If it's ready, for example, to send for full task force consideration, and I'll just remind the parties, this is a committee. We don't make any final decisions. Okay, I'm going to just say that I know we've seen a lot of these issues before, and there's sort of a state law issue, local law issue. It is an old case. I think that ultimately this is kind of, it depends on, what the law is and which law applies. I don't know. I think that we saw something with the DA, and I think if we're dealing with the DA because of the Rivero case, I think we just did that in a hearing. The Sunshine Ordinance provision on investigations was held to be subverted to state law in the Rivero case as to the DA. However, this is not the DA, this is the police department. The DA is sort of a semi-state agency. Now, that Rivero decision may be a decision that tells us in this case that Sunshine is subverted to state law. So we would only look at the state law provision. And the state law provision the Williams case, it's a pretty high bar to be able to find that you have to produce investigative records. A high bar, like it's almost like impossibly high to get there. And I don't think under state law, I don't know if it matters how open or closed it is. I looked at the Williams case, I looked at the Rivero case, there was another case called Rokauskis, and I can't say definitively whether I think Rivero governs here, since it's the police department versus the DA. But Rivera talks about investigation, and this seems to maybe be investigation under the Rivera case, which would mean that only the state standard applies. And it might be that all of these records are, under California law, exempt. I was talking about sort of optional production, but I wasn't doing that really for our purpose. I just wanted to sort of, add a little context. It may be that we can't do anything because we can't take that option. That's the option that the police department, maybe the police commission have, but that's something that we can't do anything about that. We can't force them to do that. But if it's not exempt, then we can send out one of our orders. To me, it's kind of a close case whether, we apply the Sunshine Standard, because I think under the Sunshine Standard, they'd have to produce. So I think that maybe the question comes down to, in my mind, if you have to go by the state standard, the exemption stands. If Sunshine does apply here, it shouldn't. It seems like, this thing is in a cold case unit. I think that means that, obviously the DA has, whatever they did in 47 years, we've gotten to the point where maybe Sunshine says it's got to be produced. But I think maybe it's just another one of these cases where it's just got to go to the full task force to make that call. That's I'm kind of like on the fence personally on this one.
So,
Well,
again, with my memory on this sort of thing, I know that we received an email not less than 2 weeks ago on something similar, on a case with the SFPD, and I don't know if it was that case or another one like it. The only question that I had, first of all, I support it going to the full task force. And second of all, in my perspective, and again, it's not a legal one, so just from what it sounds like, I do, on a surface level, take the SFPD at its word that it's open, but I also I would want to know the questions that were being asked, which is what was the last update? How open is it? But my bigger concern, which is less about this case and more about ones like them, is what I remember from the other one. I don't know if it was the one that we emailed about or if it was a different one, but essentially who becomes the custodian of the record once this enters a certain age. Because I remember that in a particular instance where it was like, well, we hear this all the time. Like, I wasn't the person on this. It was somebody else. Go talk to this person, go talk to this agency. And then, in a moment of, let's just say, heightened turnover in a department, then you have that happening repeatedly. So it's more of a question for me, okay, you defer this to the police department saying it's an open case, we can't touch it. Then what happens if this person still wants to have these records come 5 years from now and they still haven't been able to? And the custodians who had said that then are no longer on this. For me, it's more a question of a policy matter for both the Sunshine Force and for these departments and how that gets handled at that point. However, my last thought is just that, if they're saying that there's more work to be done on it, as frustrating as that is, and as frustrating as I've as frustrated as I've been listening to the police department sometimes, I mean, I take their word that they think that there's more to be done with it. That's my first read on it. So, but I support that. This is one of those. I would support hearing from the full task force on it.
Yeah, I'll just say I agree with that. I think this is something we can't really send to a consent calendar. We don't have the answer here. I think it probably is likely that the state law is more clear on the fact that this might be an exemption than our sunshine ordinance, which talks in kind of different terms about, you know, the statutory, or sorry, the district attorney or the sheriff, when it was say records pertaining to investigation, arrest, or law enforcement activity shall be disclosed once the district attorney or courts determine a prosecution will not be sought. I mean, we haven't had a district attorney or court determining that a prosecution will not be sought, or once the statute of limitations for filing charges has expired. Well, we know that it doesn't expire with a murder case. Also, our law enforcement section says that no provision of this ordinance is intended to interfere with constitutional and statutory power and duties of the district attorney and sheriff as interpreted under Government Code 25303 or other applicable state law or judicial decision. So I feel like the other applicable state law is that this is, you know, probably exempt. So I feel like the weight is probably on the side of state law, saying that this is something that the police can exempt because it's a murder charge and it doesn't, you know, have a statute of limitations. But I think this has to go to the full task force to kind of consider these issues.
Motion to send the case to the full task force without recommendation.
Member Sugarman, is your support a second of the motion?
I can second it.
Seconded by Vice Chair Stein.
Do we want to say that these are public records under our jurisdiction?
Yes, I Member Sugarman make a motion to find that these are public record, that we have jurisdiction. These are public records, and to send the case to the full task force without recommendation for further evaluation.
So that was moved by Member Sugarman, seconded by Vice Chair Stein?
Yeah.
Okay. Moved by Member Sugarman, seconded by Vice Chair Stein, to find that the task force has jurisdiction, that the requested records are public, and referred the matter to the full task force with no recommendation. Anyone wishing to make public comment on this matter? Item 7. Please raise your hand in the app or press *3. Hello, Mr. Wilson. Do you wish to make public comment on item 7?
Yes, I do. All right. In my view, after 50 years, maybe opening some of this up to the public might compel a witness come forward and solve the case. I mean, at what point do you guys admit defeat and give it up and try another method? It's like fighting in Afghanistan. I guess we would still be there for the next 20 years and just to prove a point, and we just need a little more money, we need a little more time, and we'll beat them, sort of thing. So I think you don't have to release all of it. You can hold back certain key things that you've determined would be important in withholding, but you could still open up some of it to the public, and then you grasp a larger body to help you. And so I think this could be the public interest part on the scale to be considered. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have no one in the room, no other hands raised. Taking the vote. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Vice Chair Stein. Vice Chair Stein, aye. Chair Schmidt.
Aye.
Chair Schmidt, aye. 3 ayes. Motion passes.
Okay, thank you to the parties. We're going to take, let's take a break till, say, 52 after. 52 after 30 seconds.
Microphones are off. Microphones are on. The committee is back in session at 7:52 p.m. Calling item number 8, the first of 4 items with petitioner Aaron Wilson against the San Francisco Animal Care and Control. Item 8, file number 25079. This is complaint number 25-6804. Complaint filed by Aaron Wilson against San Francisco Animal Care and Control for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.26, by failing to keep withholdings to a minimum, and Section 67.27, by failing to provide written justification of withholdings. We have present Ms. Justine Alberto from San Francisco Animal Care and Control and petitioner Aaron Wilson, promoting the parties to panelist.
Okay, I want to start out with the procedural point, which is I think that we probably ought to put these 4 together. I think it's under the consolidation rule, and I don't think we can do that in committee. I may be wrong, but maybe we just would recommend, at some point that that the task force do a consolidation. Otherwise, it's going to take 4 times as long in task force, and that'll add hours and hours onto unnecessarily. I mean, the parties are the same. The subject matter is the same. And even though it's 4 different public record requests, they're very, very similar. So that's the basis for me thinking they should be consolidated. I don't know if I want to necessarily hear them as 4 separate cases today, but we'll see as we go along. Victor, we can't consolidate today, can we? You're our guru.
You probably could send them forward with a recommendation to consolidate the hearing.
Recommendation. Okay. Okay. Yeah, and we'll decide on that. That sounds good. Maybe that would just be part of one of our decisions. Members, you can, if you have anything you want to say to that, is fine.
Member Stein, it seems like in the past, we generally have kept cases separate that involved discrete records requests.
Okay.
And I think that there was only one request here that was virtually the same as another. There was one request where information was asked for one dog, and then another request where the same information, basically, as far as I understand it, unless the petitioner corrects me, was asked for 2 dogs, including that same dog. So once it was, I forget their names, but once
Scraps
and was it
Sophie.
Sophia or so, yeah. So once it was just asked for Scraps, and once it was asked for Scraps and Sophia, and I believe that there was an overlap in those 2.
Okay.
But in the other ones, they seemed like discrete requests. So in the past, I feel like the task force has not wanted to consolidate when the requests were asking for different information, even though the issues in production might have been the same.
Okay. Okay.
So I feel like there were 2 that could be combined.
Okay. I think it may be the first and the last. All right. Well, I think we could just go ahead and start with the first one. We'll see how that goes. 25079. And so when Ms. Peterson, our administrator, is ready, we will hear first from the petitioner.
Mr. Wilson, are you ready for your 3 minutes to begin?
Well, can you hear me?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Okay, I have just one question before starting the clock. Have you guys read and understood, so I don't have to read it here, my text file entitled Aaron Wilson versus SFACC? Or should I read that? That's like
was that in the packet?
Yeah.
If it was in the packet, I read it. I mean, we all read it.
Okay, fine. I'm just going to read the top line of that because I really think it's very important to point that out. So go ahead. That last thing is the first in this string of 4 requests I made on next request is number 256968 on September 9th. Can we start with that one?
Oh, well, that's not file number 8.
Okay, well, tell me where you guys are at, and then
Well,
I'll
file number 8, item number 8, as it's agendized,
6804.
is for 6804.
All right.
Request 6804.
Oh, that's even early. Okay, got me right. Okay, fine. So,
Are you ready for your 3 minutes to begin?
Okay. I'm reading now from Aaron Wilson versus SFACC, my narrative on this. Line 1, 67.20I. The San Francisco City Attorney's Office shall act to protect and secure the rights of the people of San Francisco to access public information and public meetings, and shall not act as legal counsel for any city employee or any person having custody of any public record for purposes of denying access to the public. And that is precisely what has occurred and has tainted all of these. They admit that they consulted with the city attorney on the redactions and then cite citations in law that justify them. But the city attorney never talked to me ever once, reached out to me, but they're actively working with SFACC to withhold very important information that they're not legally entitled to withhold, I contend. And I would like you guys to take a look at that based on the law and based on the things that I'm going to bring up here as I go forward. Basically, I'm a victim of 2 dog bites on city property. And so I have a finger on the scale as far as that goes. And secondly, it's been very well understood at the California Supreme Court level that Section 1, Article 1 is not an absolute. And they're treating it like an absolute with this sort of official repression coming out of the city attorney justifying it. No, there's no cut and dry absolutes in law on this. So Article 1, Section 1 cannot be used as a rationale. It's not legally tenable. As the same thing with the other 2 things. What they are doing is they're withholding information as a victim I need to have, okay, to file a lawsuit, to spread public awareness, and to protect myself. And most of all, these addresses that they're withholding in particular are city properties. They're not private residences. Okay, so it does not apply the 3 citations in law that they say justify these some 500 redactions for these 4 requests.
30 seconds.
Out here. So I would just say, yes, there's 2 dogs involved here that bit me, and they've been doing everything in their power to withhold my access to the canine court originally, and then getting all the data here publicly. And keep in mind, there's 3 other victims that are facing a similar type of stonewalling. And actually, in many cases, it's worse than mine, and we'll be bringing those before the board.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. That concludes your time.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, now we will hear from a representative of the respondent. When our administrator says she started her timer.
Ms. Alberto, are you ready for your 3 minutes?
Yes, I'm ready. Thank you.
Your time begins now.
Good evening. My name is Justine Alberto. I'm the custodian of records for San Francisco Animal Care and Control. Today, we're addressing 4 Sunshine Ordinance task order complaints filed by Mr. Wilson Those complaints are related to public records requests concerning dog bite incidents involving two animals, Sophia, owned by Mr. Paul Rizzura, and the dog Scrappy or Scruffy. SFACC conducted an internal interview focusing on the documentation of the 4 bite incidents involving Sophia. On October 24, 2024, a member of the public reported 3 separate bite incidents involving Sophia. Victim 1 was bitten under the arm. The incident was not entered as a bite report in October 2024. A formal bite report was recently created and entered into the system after Mr. Wilson requested the records. Victim number 2, Mr. Mauricio Castro, and victim number 3, an unnamed person allegedly bitten in his private area. These 3 incidents were entered as a memo but not as a formal bite report in our system. Lieutenant Ryer is actively investigating these incidents and has been in contact with Mr. Castro regarding the bite and any potential photos that he may have. We're unable to create a bite report without additional details. Lieutenant Ryer and SFPD Officer Sutherland attempted to contact the owner, Mr. Paul Rizzura. They found that Mr. Rizzura was incarcerated and that the dog Sophia was no longer located at the former vehicle triage center. Regarding Mr. Wilson's 12/04/2024 incident and hospital bite report, SFACC does not have a copy of this report. We confirmed with the Department of Public Health's Assistant Director of Public Affairs that DPH was also unable to locate the requested report. We understand that Mr. Wilson reached out to DPH directly and received the same result. Also, we do not have a record of a bite report filed by the owner, Mr. Rizzura. SFACC provided all documents in our custody that are responsive to Mr. Wilson's request. We understand Mr. Wilson's concern regarding the pause in vicious and dangerous dog hearings. These hearings are overseen by the Department of Police Accountability and SFPD, not SFACC. While we understand these procedural concerns, they fall outside of the scope of SFACC's responsibility to fulfill the Sunshine Ordinance request for records. The city attorneys act as legal counsel for the Department of San Francisco Animal Care and Control to ensure compliance with the law,
30 seconds.
including the Sunshine Ordinance. They have not acted as counsel for any individual employee to deny public access. What was quoted is from the Good Governance Guide. The identity of the owner of the dog that bit the constituents was provided and not redacted. The information that was redacted was not the public address at the vehicle triage center. It was the address of the individual's family member. The SFACC is legally required to redact.
Thank you. That concludes your 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We may have questions for the parties. Now, Administrator Peterson, wasn't there talk about someone who needed a translator or an interpreter? Is that on one of these cases?
There was discussion of the possible need of a Spanish language interpreter. We reviewed the documentation, and that particular set of facts was not related to any of the named complaints in these 4 items. That matter may return, but it is not on the agenda for tonight.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right. All right. Is that being separated off, anything having to do with Mauricio and Max, I think it is?
I believe they are separate. Through the chair, may I ask petitioner?
Yes, please do. Please.
Mr. Wilson, are any of the items produced under Mauricio's records, are they in any way related to the complaints before us tonight? I'm going to unmute you, Mr. Wilson.
Yes. Yes. Sophia, Paul Rizzura's dog, bit Mauricio too. That's how they're related to me in my records.
Is it a separate bite situation?
Yeah, he was bit prior to Oswaldo, so he was bit before October 2024. He was the second person that we've identified that was bitten by Sophia.
it sounds like they're intermixed, but that's okay. That's all right. I don't think that's going to be a problem for us.
No, the point is, if I may just continue to clarify, there were so many dogs running around without a leash within those secure fence confines that people and animals were getting bit all the time. And Urban Alchemy, the administrator for the city, didn't file one report about it, though that's required. And I sought those records, and none were produced.
Thank
so
you.
This is what
Thank
we're
you.
dealing with here.
Thank you. That does help some. Okay. Any questions, members, for either of the parties?
I have some questions. Let's see, for the petitioner, I believe that in this complaint, your main concern in this particular case is the redactions that were made. And I understand that you believe that some of the redactions involve property that you believe was public property. I'm wondering, are there any other redactions that you think are there that would be linked to something other than privacy, or what is claimed as privacy or personal data? Does that make sense?
Yes. Am I off mute still?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So we're talking only one document was produced on this one, and so I'm looking at it right now, and you could see that the number of the dog bite tag is redacted. Now, why do that? To protect the privacy of a dog? That's ridiculous. This is an example of what I'm talking about. They make these documents undiscernible because there's so many key redactions with intent. And who's helping them? They admit the city attorney. That's why they're very well redacted to the point of being almost worthless.
Okay, wait. So the dog bite tag, I appreciate that example. Any others that you saw that stood out to you as something that you don't believe was related to privacy or personal data?
Well, just let's look at victim information. Aaron Wilson. So they're redacting my info from me. Now this, you say, well, this is just sort of like, yeah, the bureaucracy doing its thing. No, I want to prove with this document that I was been bitten. So I need more information than just Aaron Wilson. There's a lot of Aaron Wilsons out there, but there's not a lot of Aaron Wilsons with a given address. Okay, that helps narrow it down. Why do that? Well, you want to hide from culpability and liability, so you're going to make it as hard as possible and, of course, violate the ordinance. Then we go down to page 2 of this, and, of course, you have the quarantine information right there. Paul Razura was living at, I know it because he was just a stone's throw away from my trailer. He was living at the Bayview Vehicle Triage Center for 2 years prior to me. Okay, so why are you not? Why are you redacting that when it is a public city address? It's not a private residential address.
Wait, I'm sorry. Can you tell me where is that particular example?
It's on page 2 of B25-015789 redacted PDF.
How can I find that? What do you know where it is in the packet?
Well, it is the only one document on the request number 256804.
Okay. I mean, I thought there was more. I have more documents.
Well, yeah, there's like 4 of these things. So there's more documents. We're just dealing with this one. Right
no.
now.
In this packet, there's a bunch of documents.
Maybe there's
So
something.
I'm sorry. What is the? I just want to find it. What's a searchable word for that?
B25 redacted.
B25. So B25-015226.
No, close. 015789.
Oh, here it is. Okay. So, and where's the redaction that you're talking about?
Well, like I said, on page 1, we have the number of the dog.
Page 2. Okay, the
We
number.
have information. Aaron Wilson. They want to hide it from me and hide it from everybody else, the public. And then,
And
of
then
course,
the Paul
Then we-
Rosura,
Yeah,
and you're saying that Paul Rosura lived on public grounds.
that's right. He lived at 500 Hunters Point Expressway along with me and about 30 other people, and for about 3 years. Okay, so there's that's wrong, and it's not covered. That's a public address. That's not a private home or residential like the SFACC claims wrongly. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. It's not
Okay.
exempt. Plus, I'm the victim. I get to know who bit me so I can take legal action, right?
Okay, thank you. So I also have some questions for the respondent. I wonder if you can respond to these particular examples that were given of why the dog bite tag would be redacted under a rationale of personal privacy, or why an address, if an address actually is a public address, it would be redacted. Or why the victim's own information who's making the request would be redacted.
Yes, I'm happy to respond to
And
those.
can you speak right into your microphone because it's a little bit hard to hear you?
Yes, I'm happy to respond to those questions. So the microchip information is tied to the dog. It is private property of the owner, which is Mr. Rosura. So if we were to provide that information, anybody could claim that dog. So that's why it is not provided because it's personal property. The address tied to the victim, Aaron Wilson, we redact that information because this now becomes a public document. So it's so that other individuals do not have that information. The information tied to Mr. Rosura is not the address that Mr. Wilson claims. It is a family member's address. So that's why that information is redacted.
Okay, so to your knowledge, was any information redacted for any reason other than privacy?
No, they were not.
Okay, and so you only indicated in one place then that everything that was redacted because it was either personal information or considered private information. You didn't key each redaction, but each redaction was made for one purpose only?
Correct. That information is in the next request platform when the documents were provided to Mr. Wilson.
Okay, and I'm also wondering if you can tell me what is the process for getting a report from a hospital regarding a dog bite?
So the dog, if for getting dog bite reports from the hospital, if the constituent could request the report directly from the hospital, which I believe Mr. Wilson had done because we had communicated with the Assistant Director of Public Affairs at Department of Public Health, and we believe a records request was placed with DPH, but that bite report does not exist with them, and it does not exist with us.
But would either you or the DPH call the hospital to see if they...
We did have a conversation with DPH, and we have no records of that bite report.
Right, but DPH isn't the same as the hospital, correct? DPH is another government department that maybe should have received the report, but they're not the hospital itself.
Understood. But we don't have any records of the bite or information regarding the hospital visit. That was tied because that's not our record.
Okay.
It's the record of Department of Public Health. We're unable to provide a document that doesn't live in our custody.
Right.
So we reached out to the contact that we have at DPH who works with the hospitals.
But if you had a report, you did have these reports of dog bites, correct?
When Mr. Wilson contacted our Department of Animal Care and Control and reported the incident, the dog bite was created and generated in our system, and we created a dog bite report in our system, but not the hospital.
Right. So you don't do any follow-up with the hospital to get that information. You just wait around for the hospital to send it to you?
We do if we know if it exists. If we're unaware that that exists, then we wouldn't know to contact the hospital. So when we found out that a potential hospital bite report existed, we did reach out to DPH who then would contact the hospital.
So you're saying DPH has a protocol to contact the hospital?
For this particular instance, we did contact DPH. We don't know who at the hospital to contact because we don't know who Mr. Wilson was seen with.
Okay. And then I just have, I guess this is a follow-up for the petitioner, Mr. Wilson. Have you tried contacting the hospital to get a report of that dog bite, or to make sure that the report was sent, or to ask them through a Freedom of Information request, maybe for the report they should have, supposedly submitted?
Yes, Ms. Stein, I did. And I did it about half a dozen times, by the way. And it's a California law, by the way. And it has to be done with a given number of days. It's been like almost a year. And they still haven't reported it to the city. And if you go to the website of SFACC, they say they intake it there. So she's shifting it over to DPH, who says shifting it back to SFACC. So this isn't the game that they sort of play. So that's patently false what she said. But again, to answer your question, yes, multiple times to the hospital, to the doctor themselves, and nothing apparently has turned up at SFACC or Department of Public Health yet, nearly a year later. And so again, it's a violation of California law, and neither department cares. And they should, because you got to start logging dog bites and the dogs that do them. In this case, we had a dog that bit 4 people at the Bayview VTC, and nobody knew about it officially at the SFACC until I made the report, just like a month or so or 2 ago. Okay? So, example, and we'll get into the later thing, when I asked for these records, they said they didn't have it, but then when I pointed out that the SFPD Vicious Dog Unit had both bites, they had a report of it, and they were investigating it, so that verified it. All of a sudden, they came up with 36 documents. So they went from 0 to 36 in these other 2 cases we're talking about here. They're very disingenuous by their actions, I must say. It's a disgrace, and it's hurting the public safety. I mean, if they would have reported and been on top of the first bite, 3 other people would not have been grievously injured. It's a horrible thing to be bitten by a dog and then go through the whole process of getting the injections in the wound, the rabies injections, and then having to deal with the infection that will ensue and then try to recover from that. Okay, septic shock, all of these things. It's a very horrible thing. And SFACC does almost nothing to mitigate this. Hence, 933 dog bites reported to SFPD so far this year. This is a public interest matter, I contend.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Okay. I mean, this is Chair Schmidt, a couple questions for the respondent. In the redactions, if there's a dog listed in one of these documents, would you redact the name of the dog's owner on the basis of privacy?
No, we don't redact the names of the owners.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Now, let's see. And the other question was, in these documents, and again, this is about redactions. If a city employee is designated in one of these documents, would you redact their name?
No, we do not redact city employee names.
Okay. And if it's if in these same records, there is the name of an employee of a contractor to the city, example would be Urban Alchemy, would you redact that?
San Francisco Animal Care and Control does not have a contract directly with Urban Alchemy. If they are an employee of Urban Alchemy, the information is public, so that information should remain public.
Public. Okay, so it wouldn't be redacted. Okay. All right. Were there any redactions of addresses based on privacy where the addresses were located on a public site?
No.
No.
I would like to clarify that
Yes.
Mr. Wilson submitted 4 different requests. One of his requests were for all activities tied to the particular address at 500 Hunters. And at that point, because the address is public, if it became a residence of an individual, we may have redacted the name of the individual so that the name and the person are not on the same document, providing where that individual lives. It's for the privacy of that individual.
Got it. Got it. Okay. Thank you. Okay. That's all I've got. I don't know if we have any more questions on this one, and we're just handling the first case, 25079 by our records, and that's the 68804. Now we can talk about the members here are going to talk about what we want to do with this.
I just have to say, there's one thing I don't understand. Like, I'm looking at one of these reports. Maybe I didn't understand what she was saying just now, but where the owner information is redacted, like the owner's name is redacted.
That's what I thought I saw too.
Um,
Seems like that.
but this is report F3 under owner information. Oh, it's page 16 of 161. I'm wondering if Miss Alberto can say why that owner's name is redacted.
I'm sorry, can you tell me what page?
Page 16.
And this is tied to attachments for item number 8, correct?
Correct.
Sorry, it's taking me some time to scroll up. So I have page 16 of page 177. I don't see information redacted. If it says unknown, it's because the information is just unknown, not that the information.
Oh, no, sorry. I don't know why am I seeing this on page 16 of 161. Am I in the wrong place?
On item 8.
Item 8.
There was an updated version.
Oh. Well, then it's, I'm looking at the not updated version. It's activity information report F3, if you want to search for F3.
So I see it. It's on the new attachment, it's page 19 of 177.
Okay.
So owner information. So this is, he had asked for specific activities tied to this address. This was not a byte relevant to that address. So it's not an activity tied to this.
But why does it make a difference in whether the owner's information, the owner's name is given? If that's considered public information, the owner of the dog.
So for this particular request, when we responded to this records request, we were responding to 25079, and it was tied. I know you're referencing 256804, but when we received the request, we didn't know that it was tied to that. We thought it was tied to 25079, and that request was for addresses. So in order to keep the privacy of the person and address because the name was already given.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So, yeah.
All right. Okay. I get it.
Yeah, okay. So it seems like the redactions, a lot of these redactions look good to me. Okay. There's no question. I mean, this is actually in my experience, let's say, these are, for the most part, pretty good, concise redactions. I think that in this file 25079, it's pretty much about, or is it over redacted? Now, the things that I saw that raised the question, I've got four categories, which might, let me just run through them. I remember Stein also had the dog tag number category. I had a problem with that. If I thought I saw places, it sounds like maybe this is not an issue, but I thought I saw places where it's the name of the owner of a dog. But it sounds like maybe that's not being deleted. The third is I thought I saw where personnel names were redacted. And the fourth was the public property addresses. It did seem like there are addresses. Now, if those are the four categories that I feel like my understanding of the notion of statutory and constitutional privacy, I don't know if those feel private to me. And that's, it's not subjective, but it's kind of like the circumstances matter in determining these privacy questions, which are sort of like right on the borderline of maybe it is, maybe it isn't kind of thing. But those to me are the ones where I wonder if these are possibly over redacted. Yes.
Well, my question was, if the circumstances were different. So from the respondent's perspective, they become public records. If I wanted to access them, I could access them. So then it becomes a question of, like, as a member of the public, to what relevance and safety is it for me to have access to someone's private information, right? As a member of the public. From the petitioner's perspective, or at least the way it's been conveyed to us, it seems like, and this is a question, it seems like it was more about pursuing legal action. I heard that. So in what possible context could the petitioner go to the agency and say, I would like this information because it relates to me, and in order to pursue appropriate action against the parties that I would like to do that with? Like, would that be a different circumstance than creating a public record that's redacted for everyone to see?
Well, in the past, we've definitely had petitioners who wanted their names and information to show up in records they've requested. And when they expressed that to the agency, which had at first redacted at least that information, they were given records that didn't redact it.
Mhm.
Like, they gave their permission that those records include their name and personal information.
But that's just for the petitioner, though, right?
But I'm saying that's one solution for that part of the information.
But okay, so just to make sure, you mean just that would mean that, like, Mr. Wilson's information in particular would be unredacted. But what about the information for the parties that he's looking for? Is I guess my question. And I also had an additional one just in response to what Chair Schmid said about the dog tag information. I don't know enough of the nuance about what the agency said about microchipping. Because that was their rationale, was that they redacted it because otherwise these animals are microchipped and then anyone could claim ownership of the animal, was essentially what I heard. And I don't know. I don't have enough.
I heard too, and I do wonder, but that's easy to remedy by asking someone for their ID if they claim it's their dog. You know what I mean? If you take it.
Yeah,
to the vet
and
or
plus,
something.
like for a tag feels like it's if this was literally, I'm sorry to like put in these words, if this was the 90s and I went up to and like I saw a dog without a microchip, it had a tag on it, it would be a public piece of information. I would see it with my eyes. So I wondered that, but I don't, like I said, I don't know enough about microchipping to know how that changes the information. So I don't know if that was.
You have to take it to someone who has a microchip reader, which would be like a vet,
Mhm.
and then they would get the information about the name of the owner. And, I guess it would be up to them whether to verify, if you came in and you claimed to be an owner, but you really weren't, it would be up to them to verify or not that you were the owner.
But if I had the dog tag number and I went to a vet and I said, here's the dog tag number for my animal, they would just immediately provide what? Like a name and address and all the microchip information because I had that dog tag information is basically where I'm at with it.
No, I don't think that happens.
But that's what we're talking about. We're talking about dog tag information, right?
Yeah.
And why it's being redacted.
Can I
It's
just
okay if I sound like I'm making
clarify?
gibberish. Oh, yes, please do.
Okay, so the dog tag number and microchip number are different. So the dog tag number is the information that may be on a collar of the dog, but the microchip number is tied to like an embedded microchip within the dog. So you do need a special device from a veterinarian or a animal shelter in order to scan the dog and see the microchip number. And the concern around the privacy to that is if you have that microchip number, you can claim ownership of that dog or find out the owner's information, like the address, like where that person lives. And that becomes a privacy issue.
Okay, so the chip number was redacted, but the tag number, I'm asking anybody who was reading this, was not? Was it?
I thought I saw that dog tag numbers in some places were redacted.
Well, dog bite tag, which is seems like a different thing.
What is it called? Dog bite tag?
The dog tags are unredacted. Dog tag information is, you can see that easily.
Okay.
So that is not redacted.
Okay.
Let the record show that Mr. Sugarman's question about Paul Reser and his private info has not been answered yet.
Well, I was about to ask that to the respondent. In a scenario, legitimately a solution scenario where we're trying to get the petitioner what they're looking for, is it possible to release that information to the petitioner alone for the purposes of what the petitioner said they sought it for?
So typically, so for this particular case, the address that's on these documents is not a public address. It is an address of a family member. So that is why that information is redacted. If Mr. Wilson would like the documents unredacted, then we would need a subpoena.
Okay, if I may say something, the
Member
Supreme
Sugarman, I think that maybe you're thinking of situations where someone's asking for, say, their own employment file, their own health records, and so they have sort of a special entitlement to only they can request. I think when it's not one of those situations, and I don't see that that's any of those situations are here. I think the issue that the animal control has is that any document they produce to anyone other than those special situations becomes a public record. So they need to redact anything that they think is, properly exempt.
I understand the rationale, and I can see the logic behind it. I'm putting myself in the petitioner's shoes. If I were involved in an incident and I wanted to pursue legal action and serve legal papers to a party, and the reporting agency had that information in order for me to serve those papers. That's my question. I don't know if that's necessary. If the identifiable information is on the report, then maybe the report doesn't need to be any more unredacted. Maybe. I don't know. But that's really my question, is like, if it's specifically for identification purposes for an incident that I was involved in, involving a report from a public agency. That's my question. I'm not saying I have an answer for that, but that's where I'm coming at it.
Yeah, well, let me say something. He has an obligation to give his actual address, not a family member. So that's on him. We don't feel sorry for him because he's using a fake address, if that's the case, and I don't know if it is. But that's the address to contact him ostensibly. So I have a right to it as the victim, okay? It's well carved out in the law, and I cite these things in my Aaron Wilson versus SFACC, along with the Supreme Court. And this really goes through all four of these. This is their main thing.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. I think we may get to that later because we've got a lot of this to still get through. Mm-hmm. But I think we're basically on this one. I mean, this one is about, are there improper redactions in this case, and do we send this to the task force to in some form? Do we make a recommendation? Do we put it on a consent calendar? It seems to me that this may be something like what we've seen before today, which is, I'm concerned about dog tag numbers still. It sounds like maybe they're not redacted, maybe they are redacted. I think most of the questions I asked responded. I was pretty satisfied with the answer. But my questions were prompted by things I saw in the redactions. And so dog tag number, name of owner, again, personnel, of people who are working at a location, and then addresses of public property. Those are the ones I have some questions about. And I would think, I would probably at the task force agree that a finding that those were redacted would be over redaction. Those are my own sort of categories that I'm seeing. So therefore, I think there may be some factual questions that we may just want to send this thing on 25079. And maybe unless somebody, has an idea that we do something differently, maybe that's the best resolution to that.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to note, I'm not really convinced. Like, I see the point from both perspectives. I'm not convinced that the redaction is improper. And I just want to note that also that, like, what the respondent had said was, it looks as though some of the redactions in this file were related to another request having to do with more.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Which would be, I think, in the process of sunshine requests, it could fall under a violation for improper redaction if it's specific, if they're conflating two different requests, right? So like one has to do with the privacy of individuals over an entire report period of incidents that happen overall versus a specific report that they're looking for information on, where potentially the owner information should not be redacted. Anyway, I just wanted to note that I'm perfectly fine to send this one along to the full task force for further consideration.
I can move that these are public documents under our jurisdiction and that we will forward them to the task force to consider whether there's a 6726 violation or a 6727 for not providing, for the propriety of redactions or not providing keyed explanations of redactions.
And actually, before we move forward, I wanted to note to Mr. Wilson what you had mentioned about consulting with the city attorney's office. We see that all the time. And while you can continue to bring it up in the other cases that you have tonight, we don't consider it. And I mean, I won't speak for the board, actually. I haven't seen the board consider that improper, that city agencies consult with the city attorney's office. And when it does come before the full task force, there should be someone there from the city attorney's office to address this.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sugarman.
And I can second the motion.
Moved by Vice Chair Stein, seconded by Member Sugarman, to find that the task force has jurisdiction, that the requested records are public, and refer the matter to the full task force for consideration of a violation of Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.26 and or Section 67.27. And the order would include the description of those two sections. Taking public comment. Anyone in the online community wishing to make public comment on this motion, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have no one in the room, no hands raised. Taking.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Taking the vote. Member Sugarman, Vice Chair Stein. Vice Chair Stein, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee.
Close. Aye. I'll vote for Chair Yankee. No, but I'll say aye.
Chair Schmidt, aye. 3 ayes, motion passes. Item number 9. Item 9, file number 25080. This is complaint 25-6898. Complaint filed by Aaron Wilson against San Francisco Animal Care and Control for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.26 by failing to keep withholdings to a minimum, and Section 67.27 by failing to provide written justification of withholdings.
Okay, so I will just say we're going to try to get through these further cases somewhat, not too rapidly, but we're going to try to stick to the very specific items that are being considered there. In this one, apparently, it looks like it's about bite reports, and apparently nothing was produced. And so that's what we're going to be talking about here. And with that in mind, we will start with 3 minutes up to 3 minutes from the petitioner first when Ms. Peterson is ready to go.
Mr. Wilson, are you ready for your 3 minutes to begin?
I'm not. I'm still not clear on what 25 dash number this is. I couldn't find the one you
This
mentioned.
is 25-6968.
Okay, that's
it was
fine.
misidentified in the packet, but
Okay.
it was included. The requests were included. Links to the requests were included in the packet. So I believe it's 6968. I also had that problem, but
Okay, I've got, hold on. I had a 6969 and a 6898.
6969 is connected, I believe, with item 10. And what was your other one?
Okay, and so this one, okay, so it ends in an 8.
It actually is 6968. It's not how it was identified in the packet.
Okay, 2580 is 6 something 8. And I had a different set of numbers, but I think we're all on the same page here. Mr. Wilson?
Yeah, the packet called it 6898.
Yeah, that's what I've got. Okay.
6968.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
That it's correct. It's 6968.
Yeah. Corresponding to that records request.
Corresponding to file number 25080.
Yes.
All right. Mr. Wilson, are you ready for your 3 minutes?
Yes, I am.
Your time begins now.
Okay, this is about the hospital report. We're trying to get a copy of the report that should be there. Okay, there was a dog bite, there was a treating at the hospital. California law compels this of any hospital provider of care to a dog bite. It's totally in the public interest. You got to have it. Okay, it's not being done though, sadly. So this was a denial. Okay, there's no name on the denial, and I want to point to the website sfanimalcare.org. Report dog bite aggressive animals. So unlike what she said before for the SFACC, SFACC does intake in fine granular detail dog bites, okay? And reporting party, email, location of dog bite occurred, endless stuff, okay? So they just said, oh, SFDPH takes the report, not us. We're not party to it. No, there's a place on their website to submit a dog bite report. So I just want to make that clear. So in this case, I produced an email from Paul Rosura. He was saying, hey, I did put the report in, but it could not be found. Okay. And so they asked me more information. I said, I can't give it to you. And so I think it should be there from Paul. I think it should be there from the doctor of the hospital. It's not. And then it should be there from Urban Alchemy. That's required in their policy requirements. So Urban Alchemy didn't as well. So I'm looking for a report that should be there 3 different ways. And it never was. And apparently I was told by SFACC that the only report that we have that Sophie bit anyone is my report that I made. And I only made it because everybody else didn't. I'm done with this one. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Okay. Next from the respondent.
I want to say that I do understand Mr. Wilson's frustration. The requested report from the hospital was never provided to us. ACC does not have a copy of it. The only time this incident was created in our system, and it's tied to Bite Report 250157789, which was created by an animal control officer on September 3rd, 2025, was when Mr. Wilson called SFACC emergency dispatch line. This particular records request is for the hospital bite report, and we don't have a copy of that. We did communicate and touch base with the San Francisco Department of Public Health Affairs Division to see if they had hard copies of the requested report, and no reports exist.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Members, questions? Okay, we have no questions. I'm going to say that this one looks like, a case where certainly the absence of the document could be a very important fact. However, the document, I think we really don't have any reason to think that the document's being withheld. The document just never was given to them, and so they've got nothing to produce. That's what it looks like to me. So this could even be a consent case. We basically, we find on this specific item that there was no violation. So anything anyone would do differently here?
Well, no, was there a timeliness issue? I don't think there was. Just checking, but
Got it. Okay.
otherwise I support.
Yeah. Okay. So I will move that we recommend a finding of no violation on this one. And put it on the consent calendar for consideration by the full task force.
I'm sorry, clarification, that's forward to the full task force for hearing or forward the matter to the consent agenda with the
For the
recommendation
consent agenda. Yeah.
with a finding of no violation.
To find it no violation on this. Yeah.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Member Sugarman. Moved by Chair Schmidt, seconded by Member Sugarman, to find that the task force has jurisdiction, that the records are public, and to forward the matter to the consent agenda with a recommendation of no violation. Taking public comment. If anyone in the online community wishes to make public comment on this motion, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have no one in the room and no one in the queue. Taking the vote on item 9, file 25080. Chair Schmidt.
Aye.
Chair Schmidt, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. 3 ayes. Motion passes. Item 10. File number 25081. This is complaint number 25-6969. Complaint filed by Aaron Wilson against San Francisco Animal Care and Control for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.26, by failing to keep withholdings to a minimum, and Section 67.27, by failing to provide written justification of withholdings.
Okay. And this is a new matter. It is in some, this one is about records regarding the dog Sophie. It appears that there were documents produced. The documents have redactions, so we may have timing issues. We may have non-production issues. We may have propriety of redactions issues. With that said, we will hear first from the petitioner.
Mr. Wilson, are you ready for your 3 minutes?
Yes, I am.
Your time begins now.
I want to start with posing a question to the committee and the respondent. Did Urban Alchemy come up with any bite reports on any dogs? I've said that they haven't. I mean, it should have come out. But do I need to do another report for that? Because I think that's really relevant here. And the reason why I bring it up is because they're mentioned in 25-6969 and the next one that was, I believe it has 36 files in it on scraps. So what we're getting into the meat of it now with all the redactions. And basically what we have here in this whole series, I could sum it up for you, is as usual, names and addresses, phone numbers, and so forth of the Paul Rosura and Urban Alchemy staff and their case managers are redacted, as well as all witnesses and people involved, other victims. So what basically they've stripped in this one and the next one, all identifying details of everyone who was a witness to the bitings, and there were so many of them, animals and people, and the parties that were bit and descriptions therein. And all of that is very important information for victims to have so they can build a case. And that's what we go back to the intent here. The intent here is to put the city in the clear for liability. It is so heinous and despicable. And can you imagine if it was your family member that had been bitten by one of these dogs that SFACC never corralled and put down off the first bite, but let roaming dogs, and that's what we have here in all these things, roaming dogs, Scraps, Sophia, no leash, running around biting people multiple times, animals multiple times, killing animals. SFACC did nothing at all to mitigate or put a stop to any of this. So what is the point of SFACC anyways? They're not helping matters. Again, 933 dog bites and counting this year. That's a lot of bites. That's a lot of hurt people, okay? It's not something San Francisco should be proud of or should be certainly hiding the criminals. It's sympathy for the devil here in San Francisco. Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you.
Ms. Alberto, are you ready for your 3 minutes?
Yes.
Your time begins now.
So we had provided 13 responsive records. The redaction reasons were provided based on privacy. They are the same type of redactions which we had noted in the prior file 25079, and we had discussed them. I don't have anything new to say regarding this because we had just already discussed that the address that was redacted for Paul Rosura is a family member's address. I give my time back.
Thank you. All right, members, questions to the parties? Anything?
I do have a question for the respondent. Sorry, I have to go back and find Ms. Alberto. Sorry, I was just looking up the health code, Article 1, Section 39 in San Francisco on the reporting of dog bites. Are you familiar with that?
I'm not, I can pull up the code, but I'm familiar in the sense of I can respond to what I know regarding the code.
Yeah, so I'll just read it. It basically says, Section 39, reporting of dog bites. A, any person who owns and or is in control of a dog that bites a human or other domestic animal should provide his or her name and address and present his or her driver's license or other form of identification and information regarding the rabies vaccination of the biting dog to the person bitten or the person responsible for the animal bitten. The owner of the person in control of the biting dog shall provide his or her current residence address. If the person bitten is a minor, this all gets provided to the guardian of the minor. And then B says, in addition to the above requirements, it's the duty of any person having knowledge of any animal which has bitten a human being or other animal within the city and county to immediately, and in no case later than the end of the next business day, report the fact to the Department of Animal Care and Control, and to furnish as much information as possible, including date, time, and location of bite, description of animal or person bitten, name and license number of the biting animal, and rabies vaccination history of the biting animal. I wonder if you can comment on what this means to ACC, and particularly when it seems like there's a mandate that a lot of information about the person who owns the dog be given to the person who was bitten, and also that some of the same information is mandated to be provided to ACC, why you might not share some of this information.
So the identity of the owner of that bite was provided to Mr. Wilson. It was not redacted. The address that he's requesting, again, is not the address of the owner of the dog. It's the address of the mom. The family member. So SFACC is legally required to redact non-necessarily personal contact information, such as private addresses, unless the dog is formally deemed vicious and dangerous. In Wilson's request regarding the dog, like the dog Scrappy, there is no known owner, so the dog is a stray animal. So that's why we're unable to provide that particular dog's owner information, because that owner information doesn't exist.
We're talking about, don't bring Scraps into, that's the next report. We're talking about right here, Rosura. So let's stay on point here, please.
But Mr. Wilson, you do have the email address of Mr. Rosura because you had said that you had contacted him directly. I don't have that information in front of me. That is it. So the address that we redacted is not his address.
Thank you. Member Steins, good. Possible further question? No? Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Stein. You are on.
Member Sugarman.
Exactly
I'd
what
like to
we're
be,
talking about.
I'd like to remind the parties, please, to address through the chair.
Okay.
I don't have questions. I want to note some things that I'm seeing in the report, though. There is on page 37 of the PDF, I believe it's 37 of 87 also on the page itself. I do note a tag number where it is redacted, and it specifically says the type is MC other, which I take to mean microchip. The other tag numbers are visible. What I did find a little peculiar, and why I don't need too much time before forwarding this to the full task force, is, and this is a small thing, because I mean, I'm still like kind of reviewing and seeing if there's anything else, but Mr. Rosura's date of birth is also redacted. And I don't find that to be specifically necessary. Like, it's not necessary one way or the other. I don't know why you would need to know this person's date of birth, but it's not personal information that's going to be identifiable in terms of contacting them. So I don't know, in terms of the conversation of what over redaction is, it looks like there are more questions in this one, is my comment.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have a couple, since we're still in questions, I'm going to have a couple, but in terms of what we're going to do with this, I'm pretty much on the same page as Member Sugarman. Okay, I want to just ask Ms. Alberta, when you were redacting, with regards to the pages here, and we're talking about 13 or 14 pages, there's two kinds of things that I'm wondering if you would redact based on privacy. One is the names of other dog bite victims, just the names, not addresses, but would you redact those?
If the individuals, so depending on the request, if the request was for the address, so that means the address is known, then yes, we would redact the name of the owner or name of the person that was bitten, because then you'd have both the person's address and then their name. So that's too public.
You would give them the address, but not the name?
If the request was for the all records tied to 500 Hunter Street or Hunters Point Boulevard, then we would provide the address because the address is known to the requester. We would not provide the name. Because then you'd have to document the name and address of the individual.
Okay. And the second question I have is, I don't know if this is something that shows up in these pages, but if someone was listed, if a name was listed as a potential witness, would you redact that name based on privacy?
Only if they requested to be anonymous. Otherwise, the information is public.
Only if they had what?
Requested to remain anonymous. Otherwise, the information is public. There were a lot of these situations tied to these bite reports for fear of retaliation. So they had requested to be anonymous.
Oh, okay.
But
Okay,
that's
so
not denoted.
It's
okay.
privacy.
If they didn't request to be anonymous, you would disclose their name.
Correct.
But if they requested to be anonymous, you would how would that work? You would take their name in, but you would promise them that you wouldn't disclose their name? Is that how that would work?
Correct. It's just filing. It's similar to filing a report with the police department.
But so you'd have their name and you'd have documents with their name on it. But you treat the name as private because they wanted to remain anonymous.
Yes.
Okay. And you're saying that did, in the records we're talking about here, that did
Yes, that did
actually
occur.
occur.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Okay. I have no further questions. Members, I think Member Sugarman was probably right that really this is the same as the first of these Wilson cases that we just sent it on. So I'll move that, we find these are public documents within our jurisdiction. We're going to forward this for consideration by the full task force with no specific recommendations.
Nice second.
Moved by Chair Schmidt, seconded by Member Sugarman, to find that the task force has jurisdiction, that the requested records are public, and to refer the matter to the full task force with no specific recommendations. Taking public comment. If you're in the online community and wish to make public comment on this motion, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. We have no one in the room, no one in the queue. Taking the vote. Chair Schmidt.
Aye.
Chair Schmidt, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Vice Chair Stein. Vice Chair Stein, aye. 3 ayes, motion passes. Item number 11, file number 25082. This is regarding complaint number 27-7231. Complaint filed by Aaron Wilson against San Francisco Animal Care and Control for allegedly violating Administrative Code, Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.26, by failing to keep withholdings to a minimum, and Section 67.27, by failing to provide written justification of withholdings.
Okay, we'll go ahead and hear from the petitioner on this. A lot of similarity, but we'll move. This is the fourth of 4. Yeah. And he gets up to 3 minutes.
Mr. Wilson, are you ready for your 3 minutes?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Your time begins now.
Okay. This relates to 25-6804, where I asked for records on a dog known as Scraps to Us, okay, and Urban Alchemy. And this is September 4th. They came back on September 10th saying there was no records for Scraps, okay? And I found that outrageous and impossible. So I filed another one with the certain particular information that they didn't like to see, which was the Vicious Dog Unit of SFPD had already a file open on Scraps biting me and had the thing investigated and referred to the hearing officer whenever that thing gets going again, or whatever the timing on it is. So when I put that to them with the proof, all of a sudden they generated we went from 0 to 36 pieces of information, 36 documents, 0 to 36. And the key was The gig was up. We got the proof that this exists. So you had better come forward. And they did. And I would just say that these dogs are vicious, and that's denoted. And this dog was allowed to run free for 3 years within the confines, the fenced confines of the Bayview Vehicle Triage Center, and they never could catch it, and they didn't include those records, okay? They're so disingenuous. They're such liars. We know this. They tried to catch the dog, and they could not catch him. Everybody knew that. Everybody lived there, the staff, the city, everybody. They tried multiple times. They always ran away from them. Okay, so they just gave up. That's what the city did. They allowed a dog to run free on their property. And here was the problem. Everybody else had to have their dog on a leash, but not Scraps, because he was Urban Alchemy's dog. And they fed him and took care of him. And SFACC allowed it to happen. They did nothing about it. They failed to do their duty, and they're hiding that fact. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Alberto, are you ready for your 3 minutes?
Yes, thank you.
Your time begins now.
So when we first received the request, it was for the dog Scrappy, but then in our records, we didn't have information tied to that. We did ask Mr. Wilson for additional information. He was able to provide a bite information from the Vicious and Dangerous Dog Unit, and from there we were able to provide provide responsive documents at that time. In our system, the dog is not named Scrappy, it's named Scruffs. And then once we had the bite number, we were able to provide, I believe it was 36 responsive documents. And all of the redactions reasoning is the same as the prior complaints that we've talked about this evening. I give my time back.
Okay, thank you.
Let me say that they put the name down wrong. Nobody called him Scruffy. They called him Scruffy, and so they couldn't find it because they got the names wrong all along. But the thing is, we got him here in one of the redacted PDFs. Quote, dog is the same black and white.
I'm gonna cut you off there. So what's first I'm gonna ask respondent in your files, what name is that dog going by?
The name of the dog is Scruffy.
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 Okay, so when the dog was at the location that we're talking about, it wasn't going by the name Scruffy? Is that what's going on here? To petitioner, it was Scraps? Is that what it was?
Exactly. Everyone called him Scraps. And
Okay.
Also in the reports is Scrappy too. But let me just read this. This is their quote. Dog is the same black and white scruffy dog we have gotten numerous calls on. So it's a descriptive term they've turned into a name.
Okay, thank you. All right. While I've got you there, Mr. Wilson, in this specific matter, with Scruffy alias Scraps, Scraps alias Scruffy, do you object to the redactions in the records you got?
Absolutely.
Okay, these redactions include some that you believe are improper.
Yes, it goes back.
Okay.
Have I had my 3 minutes on this one yet? I forgot.
Yeah, you did, but that's all right. Okay, and all right, I think I've asked the respondent all the questions I have about categories. So members, Member Stein, did you have any questions? Nothing on this? Okay. Okay, so this one is looking like it may go with the other two.
This one is one that I think can also maybe if we send it forward, we say that it be combined with file number 25079,
Okay.
which also asks, which is request on scraps as well as Sophia. So this is just a request on scraps, but it's for the same information,
Yeah.
I think, that's being requested in file 25079, except for there, Sophia is also added.
Okay.
So these two could be combined easily, I think, for sure.
And keep in mind, please, I was bitten by this dog too. So I'm a victim here for a second time, and that's been all fully documented with SFPD and et cetera, et cetera. So
Yeah.
again, I'm exerting that right, the understanding of the California Supreme Court that this Section 1, Article 1 is not an absolute. That's what they've ruled. So I don't care what SFACC says. That's how runs through this whole thing, is that it's an absolute. No, it may be limited. Supreme Court has the final say on that. So plus victims have rights to know, get info, and know who witnesses are and so forth. They're hiding all of that. Why do that? I mean, that's reprehensible.
I'm going to, I think that this one's going to go with the other two, and we'll make a notation. I will move that we find these are public documents over which we have jurisdiction, the task force that is, and we're going to send this for consideration by the full task force. Plus 25082 is basically a subset of 25079 repeated. And they should be considered in tandem.
Can I have clarification, please, about the consideration of 25082 and 25079 to be considered in tandem? How does, is that included in this motion for 25082?
Yes.
Okay. If I may, moved by Chair Schmidt to find that the task force has jurisdiction, that the requested records are public, and to refer the matter to the full task force for consideration in conjunction with file 25079 and 25082. Is that fair?
Right. Okay, 82 with 79 and 81 and 81. You said 82. Is it
25081
Yeah.
and 25079.
Otherwise, that you got it. Okay.
Is there a second, please?
I'll second it.
Seconded by Vice Chair Stein. Anyone wishing to make public comment on this motion? If you're in the online community, please raise your hand in the app or press *3. I'll give you a moment. We have no one in the room, no hands raised. Taking the vote. Chair Schmidt.
Aye.
Chair Schmidt, aye. Vice Chair Stein. Vice Chair Stein, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. 3 ayes, motion passes.
All right. Thank you to the parties. Appreciate your contributions here today.
Thank you, Mr. Schmidt. Thank you, Ms. Stein. Thank you, Mr. Sugarman. And thank you, Ms. Peterson.
You're welcome. Thank you. Moving the parties to attendees.
We have, let's see, one or two more.
Item 12, hearing regarding advancing Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Section 67.3 roles. This is for discussion only.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone was expecting to talk about these. I had made some notes, but this goes back a couple months. Does anyone wish to, we talked about a press list and a time limit on hearings. And I want to leave it open. I don't want to just sort of like say we can't talk about it. But I know we are going to talk about these. What do you think?
Wait, is 67.3 the right section?
Great. It should be 30.
Okay.
That will be corrected. Section 67.30. Thank you.
I don't have anything significant to add over the months that we've been discussing it. Other than simply to say, well, two things on the limit of when the meetings end. One is I do think that the simple act of redoing that vote, like recalling the issue, when at least one more member is present, would probably switch that to our favor. The other is I don't mind waiting until after there are potentially there's more clarity and resolution around what's happening with the streamlining task force.
That might be a while.
Yeah, I don't think that's as critical to me to address this time limits on, you said cases, but is it cases or is it meetings?
It depends on who you ask.
Could be either.
Yeah.
You could say each case is going to get heard for half an hour and a decision is going to be taken. I don't know, I'm still very in favor of these. I feel like even if it doesn't quite work out perfectly, it's a much stronger incentive than we currently have to, stay focused.
I think that one of the arguments that kind of lingers for people too, as why not to, is a potential for backlog, which I didn't experience coming into this role, but existed in part because of the pandemic and in part because of certain serial filers, as far as I understand as the reason. So in terms of, oh, we have this case that's running long, I think that there are certain people who are persuaded that they don't want to continue something or even postpone something based on was it a 45-day limit, and also on creating a backlog by doing so. But I think that, I mean, we would have to, I would ask our administrator, like what our current backlog is now, and if that's a pressing issue.
I don't have a number to provide. We are receiving, in addition to the 20 or so complaints that have been provided in the administrator's report as new actions, there are several new complaints that have been received and not processed. So the backlog is larger than it has been in the previous several months.
Okay.
I don't know if it exists in Robert's Rules of Order, because I can't remember them exactly correctly, but maybe it's something we need to create. But what if there was a way to, after a certain time limit, like half an hour, to call a vote? Like if someone is ready to put a motion, to call a vote. Because I feel like one of the things that sometimes happens is that one or two people are not comfortable with, whatever's been proposed, and they will keep trying to convince people that, it's not the right motion or something. But if you called a vote, you could at least, like, if people were ready to vote and they didn't want to just, go on and on and on with the argumentation, that might be a way to.
And I'm in full support of that. I personally, again, how to say this part sort of politely, it bothers me when their specific words are, I'm not ready to vote in favor of this because, and then it continues because some sort of like some mood at the board is like, well, then we should find a way to find a resolution that we all want to vote for. And I'm not necessarily, I personally don't think that that's I mean, I think that it's good to have enough consensus to have a vote pass, but I would rather see a motion come forward before, like if someone knows how they feel about it, they bring the motion up that says, well, I'm going to bring this up even if 3 people vote against it or 4 people vote against
I
it.
mean, that might be another interesting way to go. I'm not sure why. I don't think it's necessarily always seeking of consensus. I think maybe sometimes just a reluctance to shut down or, end a discussion or a debate if people are uncomfortable about it. But I would be for kind of having some kind of mechanism if they're, if somebody's ready to put a motion where we call a vote after a certain amount of time. And maybe that's another way to, curtail what like very long.
One thing I can throw in is maybe there's a point in time, and I think Chair Yankee kind of does this, but we could make it stronger. But we somehow set a point in time where, like, the clock hits midnight, and at that point, the next thing has to be an actual motion. Like, and so everyone can just sit there and look at each other, but no talking, just motion. And if it doesn't get seconded, then someone else can make a motion, but you don't go forward unless it's on a motion.
Right. So that's why I'm wondering, like, is there room for that in Robert's Rules of Order? Can you amend, can you like depart from those rules to have your own rule that says,
Oh, I think that would be fine. I think we can make that rule. I don't know if Roberts would like somehow say, well, you can't do that.
I don't think it says you can't. I did go through and read it like.
I think you could soften it too and say you designate a person. And I realized by saying this that the people at the meeting would just say, well, we can designate, that's the chair's job. But you could designate a role where someone, like the half an hour hits and they're like, it's time to make, someone literally, it's their role to say it's time to make a motion.
Well, yeah, it could be the chair, could be the vice chair, could be the administrator. I don't know. Administrator might have enough things to think about.
But we've discussed it before, like a timer. Like for me, the softening part for me is like the requirement versus just the notification of it. Like it comes up, someone's literally, they're designated to literally have the timer. Because that conversation's come up where it's like, well, we'll time each other, which will never happen, in my opinion. But there could be like an ultimate clock that says, okay, well, we've done it for this amount of time. The way that we do have those clocks. Could you set, because you usually set 3 minutes, right? You could set a clock for our screens, right? That like actually.
A timer could be set.
Oh.
I think that's, yeah.
That might be an interesting way to do it. And even if it somehow, the motions keep failing, it just puts a pressure now to conclude.
Yeah, and if at some point, you get 2 or 3 failing motions, then I think the chair would be justified and say, okay, we're moving on. Case is over. And there are no motions passed. And I mean, sitting here as we talk about it, it may sound awkward, but if it were actually the way we did things, I think people would change the way they acted in accordance. And so we have to, it might seem like, well, that would be weird, but it would seem weird now only because we haven't had a chance to adjust to it or adapt
Right.
to it. So I that's a thing, you know.
Pressure off of the chair or vice whoever's chairing to feel like, you know, they're being unfair
Yeah.
or prematurely
Yeah.
including things.
Yes.
That's another aspect
Yeah.
I like about it. I don't see anything in my notes on Robert's rules that suggest you can't do it. I wonder what Victor Lim would say. Young, sorry. Victor Lim's DPH. I wonder what Victor Young would say about whether we, you know, how we could do something like that, make our own rules and
Sure.
procedures
Yeah.
like that. Like as long as it doesn't contravene, you know, whatever we're allowed to do, I think this could be a good way to go.
We're talking about the time.
Oh, yes. What Victor, the idea I think it was that at some point, you know, we hit a certain time in a hearing and then the rule would say, stop talking, motions only. And so we have to, you
personally
know,
don't see any problems with that as long as you put it into our procedures.
procedures.
Right.
Okay, yeah.
As long as it's written down somewhere that we do it every single time and nobody passing it unless there's a vote of the entire body to waive the rule.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
But if the entire body votes to waive the rule, is it then become an issue of fairness for all the cases in which they didn't waive the rule? Like, do they have to waive the rule for everybody or can they waive it on a case by case?
I can only give you samples of the Board of Supervisors where we have a lot of rules in the Board of Supervisors Rules of Order, but they're always waiving certain aspects of it for special circumstances. Not regarding a time limit, but so like timing requirements and so forth. The 30-day rule, the president can waive it at his discretion.
Yeah.
So
They waive it universally for a particular topic, right? They're not waiving it for some hearings thing is, we have these hearings which are almost like cases. So I can't imagine that if you waive it for one case, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it shouldn't matter in a way because it's only if the discussion is needed.
Yes.
It's really about our deliberation. It's not about the Q&A part. So
Well,
much.
no, I disagree with that part only because even though I feel as though I've observed that people I have observed people trying to get better about this this topic generally and Q&A versus deliberation generally. There is still some confusion with what's what. I think that if you want to do a time limit, then you give it starts after the parties make their presentations. And we enter into Q&A and deliberation as one time block.
I see. So that's the 30-minute.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because you shouldn't limit the
Yeah.
parties from being able to, or the person presenting the case to be limited in that either.
But you're saying Q&A and discussion would happen in a certain.
Well,
set
unless,
time,
I mean, please refute me if you think that people don't confuse Q&A and discussion as the same thing.
right?
Yes, yes.
I like saying.
Yes, that is what I'm saying. Yeah.
I think we could do a half hour and we have the provision to waive. And the way I would foresee this is that if I felt like this were a sort of a garden variety, like let's order that the documents be produced or let's find a timing violation, I would not be voting to waive. But if it's a case that's complicated or there's an important issue that I think I would be willing to waive if
Or-
votes were there.
You could think of it another way. You could think of it as the provision would be that you can extend the discussion for 15 minutes.
Yeah,
Rather than
extend.
leave it entirely,
Yeah.
Because then if you extend it, it's more time for discussion, but you're still signaling to everybody that there's still a time limit. And this is not time to go down rabbit holes.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed.
I think it's case by case. You know, you have we had that special meeting, not this last full meeting, but the one before that. And we had that case, we had that discussion about who was the ultimate custodian of the documents. And that went on for so long. And but I mean, like, it felt very, even though I was kind of irritated, it felt very like a significant and important discussion to have, you know? And so in an instance like that, I can't imagine that we get there and we wouldn't all say, oh, let's continue talking about this.
Right. I'm just saying that the way you would continue is to have it written into the procedures that you can extend for a certain amount of time. Maybe it's 20 minutes extension or whatever, but not have it be open-ended, because then you just.
I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that.
See, I think myself that kind of open discussion would only be really appropriate in a committee. And, you know, the task force is supposed to be, you know, kind of taking care of business. And so, you know, if you want to like create something and you want to have, you know, open discussion about something, it's got to be in a smaller form, and you need to make a product, and then that can go to the task force. But to me, like when you get these open discussions, and you know, it may be interesting, et cetera, but I feel like I'm a prisoner here, because like it's, you know, often the same people, and they just start going, and it becomes, you know, I heard a story about so and so and so and so, but there's no end. There's no end.
Happened. It's just.
They don't do that at the Board of Supervisors. They don't bullshit. And I don't think, sorry about, I strike my use of the word bullshit. They don't, you know, you don't have that kind of thing because they're on a clock.
Yeah.
And we're trying to be on a clock, which is, you know, like why I've got in my notes Saul's idea about we stop at 9.
Yeah.
And I said that in my notes, I said at 9 o'clock, we announced that we're on the clock. And 9:30 is approaching, and this thing is ending at 9:30. And so adjust. That's my sort of like way of doing something like, and I think we could do another vote when we have a different kind of.
Right.
Well, the only thing
Forum.
I just think, again, you're just going to have like a great reluctance by people to, you know, waste the time of people who show up for their cases whose cases might not be gotten to. That's why I
Right.
really like the idea more of doing it per case.
Right.
Because then it just gives everyone a shorter pace and hopefully ends earlier. And maybe you only schedule enough, well, I don't know, it wouldn't exactly be that, because sometimes people don't show up or whatever it is, but maybe you don't schedule too many more cases than would theoretically go past 9 o'clock if each took a half an hour and you were, you know, and it might end up going till 10 or something, but then maybe at least it won't go to midnight.
So I think definitely scheduling is part of it. I also agree with Member Stein, even though I agree with myself, having proposed that initially to end at 9 or 9:30. I still think that's reasonable. However, the concern by any member is that that someone will show up and not have their case heard because of a stop time.
To be pretty brutal.
That could be an easy exception. I mean, if we're still on cases at, you know, 9:15,
I don't
9:30.
I don't think that we will be. If I think that this might be the better road is to do the half an hour like limit with possible like a specific extension like you're saying. I will say that I think that the more rules you put on, this is why, like, because I watched you do the consent agenda, like to get that policy change made, and it was like try and keeping it simple, essentially, so that people would be more in favor of how that could work out. So that's why I initially proposed 9 p.m. to 9:30 stop, because I was like, oh well, this is simple, but so just be wary of like the rules to put on it. But also, one thing I wanted to say was, let's just say in the hypothetical, you have a half an hour and then we're allowing a 15-minute extension. Let's just say in that scenario, you have a case that takes 10 minutes. So then the board might say, well, we have this extra 35 minutes that we haven't used. So I think that in the rule set, it has to be specifically for each case, 30 minutes
Each
plus
case.
15 minutes.
Yeah.
And no exception like,
Yeah.
oh, well, we have all this extra time now. Let's seed that time into this case over here. So I think that has to be like stated that we're not going to do that.
Okay.
Well, or it's just a rule that this is how each case works, and it keeps it simple to
Yeah.
not even say anything. It's just, this is how each case works, and there's, nothing
Yeah.
carries over. But I don't think we even have to say it if we want to just keep it simple.
Yeah.
If it comes up somehow, we say, no, it's per case, and next case has half an hour.
I think I heard Victor there.
Yes,
Victor,
I just wanted to read you the Board of Supervisors Rules of Order. It's 5. Cannot in any one debate on the same subject, and at the same majority of the supervisors present. Supervisors who have once spoken on a particular matter shall not again be entitled to the floor, so long as any other supervisor who has not spoken yet desires to speak. After obtaining 10 minutes on any question, except by permission of majority of the board present.
That's good.
Yeah, it's really
That's really good.
But I do think that a lot of times, the way that we call on members, people are called on who haven't spoken, right? But the thing of, people are called on who haven't spoken before somebody is called on the second time. But then there are people who will, that always happens. Like, it's not that the same person is called on over and over and people who haven't spoken don't get called on. But I think this two-time rule is good, but I think 10 minutes is too long.
Well, 10 minutes, we would not allow 10 minutes. No.
A two-time rule is a good one.
Yeah, two-time rule, and we could take that 10-minute and call it like 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Because nobody should speak here more longer than 2 minutes. Yeah, I like that, Victor. We could definitely do that.
Victor, can you email the rules for the Board of Supervisors to our administrator who can maybe share them with this committee? Curious to read them.
Yeah, I'll send you that one specific rule, and I'll send you the entire rules of order.
Thank you.
I'll send you the link to it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to, so it sounds like we're kind of going off the 9 o'clock, 9:30 thing.
Excuse me, can I get clarification? Am I sharing what I'm provided by Mr. Young with the committee or the task force?
Complaint committee.
Complaint committee, yeah. Okay, so Victor's idea, we could definitely adapt that. The 30 minutes and then it's motions only. Let me just mention now, this may be getting too complex to add on to that. That may be itself. But what I'm thinking here is maybe we're one meeting away from a proposal that we take to the task force.
Mm-hmm.
And it could just be A and B.
Yeah.
And so the thing that I wasn't able to get through, and this was, I think before Member Sugarman was here, is I wanted to cut down the amount of time that the parties speak. A lot of people didn't like that. I wanted like 3 opening, 1 rebuttal, or even less. That didn't seem to go very far. When I sit here, I really get very little out of the speaking, and I think that our hearings, that's a lot of the time. We can't change public comment unless we reduced it to like 2 people, 2 minutes each, which I think is allowed under the rules, is 2 minutes each. But that seems to be like the third rail around here, especially because it's us.
I don't know. I think, I actually have to say, based on some people's questions, I do wonder how whether people are reading the files or how closely they're reading the files. And so I think they are depending a lot on the statement because they're maybe not spending as much time on the files
Yeah.
as you are, or maybe I am.
Although to me, like, if they're not spending the time on the files, do we use this to get them up to speed? Is that really like why we would want to have people speak longer?
Well, no.
I would say if you don't want to read the files, you don't want to read the files. You know, I mean, I want them to read the
I
files.
do too, but you can't do much about that.
Yeah, yeah.
So the only way they're going to know
Is if they got to sit here and
the
listen.
statement and their questions. And it's the questions that make me realize, like, oh, all the answers to these questions are in the files. So if you're asking these questions, you have not read the files.
I was, yeah. I can speak with experience from what I get and what I don't from both reading the file and what I may have missed in the file and Q&A versus opening statement. Just personally, I tend to get the most out of the opening statement and not as much out of the Q&A. Like the Q&A does seem to me like, because I'm typically I'm waiting. I don't know that I have a question formed immediately after when when that session starts that I want to ask a question. So when I hear other people ask those questions, it sounds like they're asking the parties to explain the case to them after they just explained it sometimes to me. So like sometimes I get something out of that, but a lot of times I like hearing it in their own words personally. But I've heard you both say that you don't get too much out of hearing from them.
I get too much out of hearing from them because usually it is a reiteration, but if I hadn't read the case, then it would be all I knew. And I do feel like questions, like I feel like I have questions and my questions are always based on things I didn't understand or claims that weren't clear to me or implications of something. So I feel like the questions to me are still really important. But
I have a different, I'm going to shift this. Why do we do rebuttals?
Yeah.
Why I don't understand.
I did get 0 out of it.
Yeah, yeah. I would say 1 minute rebuttal. If that, I'd be open to saying no rebuttal, but I don't see 3 minutes each for rebuttal. I think that it's got to be either 0 or 1. If we could add that on, and that's only going to save us, maybe a half hour of meeting.
That's still significant.
Yeah.
And I would say, like a 1 minute rebuttal, and like what rebuttal is for is if one party feels that the other party said something that they just completely disagree with, or they can easily refute or something like that. Otherwise it ends up being like a rant or a reiteration of what we already know, or just like a rant because they're so angry, but it's not really a rebuttal.
Yeah.
I would definitely be interested in very focused 1 minute or 2 minute max. 1 minute I think is probably fine in terms of, oh, I just want to say this person said this, that's not true. Look at page 5, whatever that would be,
I'm personally fine with, like, of all the things that the parties are saying, I'm personally fine with doing away with rebuttal.
Okay. Do away with it?
Entirely, yes,
Okay.
because that's all they're doing during their statements and Q&A is rebutting each other.
Yeah.
Like, what are they doing that's adding to that?
I don't know, sometimes people are like, they want to say something when they're hearing the discussion and they don't get the chance to say it. And so that's like their one last chance to say it based on everything they've heard.
I would say the last thing that I thought of that's a specific to this, and I'll stop, because it's the one other thing I thought is that we could order the chair to police the question and answer session. And if someone's talking and it doesn't sound like it's a question, he's got to call them out. Is this a question? Are you asking a question here? And I mean, I'm guilty sometimes of it too, although I am going toward a question, even if I don't sound like I'm going toward a question. But I think there's huge amounts of just people talking stream of consciousness during question and answer. And that's not what it's for. And so, you can do it in deliberation, but you know, if some idea pops up in your mind during question and answer, save it. If you got a question for the witness, ask. And so I don't, you know, but that's my last.
I feel like I know that you brought it up then, and I feel like I did repeatedly that like, and that is what the people who did not want to vote on that matter, they were like, we can just give it to the call of the chair. And all I can say is I can observe from my perspective that the parties that were potentially talking over long and the chair not keeping the conversation directed, I think all of that has actually improved.
Has it improved?
I think
Okay.
it has.
Okay.
But to the point of like, I just don't think it's just not enough of a resolution. Like you can only expect so much from a person. I mean, I wouldn't want to be in his position, frankly.
I think it's competing interests or, I mean, competing values at play probably, and it's probably unique to each chair, right? I just get the sense that, you know, it's a sort of democratic process and making sure people can have, you know, so I do, for that reason, I think the chair is aware of all that and tries to do it, but I think there's like competing values, I guess, that are in play. And so that's where I like the kind of take it out of the hands of the chair and say it's a 30-minute thing. And I think it's going to put pressure on people.
All right.
Ultimately, he was the vote cast that made the last motion fail. So, and I mentioned this before.
You know, being worried that people are going to come and not get heard.
Right. Well, I think that if we're one meeting away, like we'll meet in December and then maybe propose it in January, then between then and like between now and January that we should have some sort of letter on behalf of us to the chair to say, this is how we feel. How do you feel? Yeah.
We're gonna submit it and it's gonna come up on the agenda.
It would be
as-
amended to the complaint procedure.
Yeah.
Well, I meant more, I do not mean to say this out of turn. Like, I don't know the politics of it. I meant more like we propose it to him to get his feedback in advance of getting support.
About the chair part or
Yeah.
I withdraw the part about telling the chair what they've got to do. You guys.
No, I know. No, I know. I just mean that
It's weak.
no, I understand that. I just mean that what if he also doesn't support the
30 minutes.
30-minute? Yeah, exactly. Like, why don't we ask his opinion first? Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, you can have discussions with people, but only so many people because you can't have a meeting outside of a whatever. So like if you wanted to, you know, one of us could talk to him and see if he had any particular objections. One of us, you know, but we can only talk to so many people because then otherwise it's a passive meeting.
Okay, so next meeting, we have 3 parts. We obviously can change this, but right now we have tentatively a proposal that we're going to put on to amend the rules. 30 minutes, then motions is part 1. The language that we're going to derive from what Victor said, and then 0 or 1 minute rebuttal. And that's it. You know, we could add in, say, 1 if someone thinks about something else to do, but right now we're gonna like maybe have something that we hammer out at the next hearing, and then we'll give it, and you know, we put it out there, and I think we're done.
Chair Schmidt,
Yes.
I just had one more thing that you may find interesting. It's also in the rules of order 5.33. Termination of debate, call the question. 3 supervisors may move to terminate debate on the matter. If the motion carries, all debate on the matter shall terminate. The matter under discussion shall then be immediately put to a vote.
That's what I like.
I know.
That's
love
a
to have
good
that
one
level
too.
of nuance.
That's a good
And
one too.
That's like basically what we're
One
saying.
that-
That's what we want. That's like the mechanism.
Yeah, 3 members.
And something that might help is maybe last year I put out some standard actions for the committees and the full task force to use. If we can get back to some standard would be easier to take a vote instead of having to make everything up from scratch every time.
Yeah.
It was a spreadsheet I put out last year.
Yeah, I have it somewhere, and I do use it.
Yeah, I think people do.
And I use
They
it.
do.
I've forgotten some of it, but I try to use it. I have it for sure.
Yeah. Okay. But
Just my
that
own-
the term 3 members to terminate debate, since the size of their board is the same as ours, it's 11. We could have that same number, three vote. Although
you can read this whole section 5 that Pat will send you. I sent you the link
Yeah.
to it. There's a whole bunch of procedures for the board of supervisors and how they operate their meetings.
can I ask you, Victor, how do the 3 members, how does it happen that one makes the motion and then 2, they get like a second and a third?
I haven't seen this happen often,
Okay.
or even at all. So we would need to decide how we want to do it.
Okay, thank you. All right. Well, it's a good idea. If we had that'll possibly be in this, but thank you, Victor. And let's I think we're good. I think we're good. I don't know if we didn't decide anything, so we don't need public comment.
No, but we're
So
gonna.
sorry, everyone. No public comment today on this one.
There is no one in the queue and no one in the room.
Next item, please.
Item 13, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items by members of the complaint committee.
I have a few things.
Yes.
Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, I just wanted to update people on the vote of the Commission Streamlining Task Force regarding the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. And we kind of talked about it earlier, but just I thought it was interesting. The task force got, they voted to keep it. They classified it as a regulatory body, but then the template they applied to it was the advisory body template. I don't think they ever made a template for regulatory bodies. And under that template, there's certain things like sunsetting and all that, but they basically said that they wouldn't sunset the SOTF, but they wanted to otherwise align it with the advisory template recommendations. And so they moved to the 2 big things they did is they moved to update the qualifications. They wanted to remove the nomination requirement from specific bodies like the journalistic bodies or the League of Women Voters or whatever it might be. And they wanted to make what are now seat qualifications, just kind of general qualifications at the body level and potentially modifying those if they thought that was appropriate. And I just will say, I told Chair Yankee I thought we should put this on the full task force agenda just to see if we have any response or any thoughts about that, because right now they voted on what they want to include in their final report, but that can change between now and the writing of the report. Like they can reconsider that, I guess, under the way that the rules are written. So there's a little bit of a chance again for us to give some feedback on that if we have strong feelings about it. And then I also put on the general task force agenda something I sort of fell behind on, which is the annual report. So I just wanted to mention it here that I feel like this year, we saw that there were some news articles written. I can't remember which journalist, I can't remember his name, but I actually talked to him and he used our annual report for some of his reporting. And then actually the Commission Streamlining Task Force looked at our annual report from last year to understand what it was that we do. Because they cited it in their description.
What read it?
People read it, right? Or at least 3 or 4 people read it. So I feel like, it's good that we're creating this record and it's a good reference for people. So I just mentioned it because it's going to come up in the next task force meeting, but I wanted to give you both a heads up to please think about if there's any practical or policy problems that we face this year that you want to write about. And a few that, have been written about in the past, but I think came up again this year, but I don't know if I would write anything or if anybody here wants to, is like this issue of public-private partnerships and what happens with Sunshine in relation to them.
That's a good
The issue of ethics, not really acting on any of the things that we, send them. This obviously we've been dealing with this year, but maybe to write it up somehow in the report, like what the issues are. And then maybe this issue of the SFPD exempting documents.
Uh-huh.
Years old, or, I
Yeah.
don't know if that would, but those would be some examples
Sure,
of the kinds of
examples,
things
yeah.
that we could look at if we wanted to. So if you have anything that you're thinking about, that you've thought about in the past year and you want to write it up, I'm just giving you a heads up. It's going to come up in the main task force meeting, but
Yeah, I think that like the issue of like enforcement generally, like you were talking about ethics, like on that level.
yeah.
But then also, I think I'm not, in terms of where you're writing it, I also think that like it's interesting because I think that's a question that I often hear like coming into it is like, well, what really can Sunshine Force do, right? But in my experience, I think it's also interesting how much the city agencies do actually interact with us in order to like respond to Sunshine issues and perhaps like, and I'm not like defending them, but I do think that we're constantly like just working with petitioners who are just very frustrated. I'm like, well, I mean, the agencies are responding and they are trying to work with you.
And they have a lever. I mean, I don't have that question about what we do, because I feel like I can see what we do. It's not perfect. It's not, like a court of law making an order. It's not that airtight, but it's like a lever for the public to get these, grievances redressed. And they can basically hear an accounting of why they did or didn't get information, and whether it's considered right or not by an independent panel. Like, I think that's really, really valuable. And there aren't many mechanisms for public engagement like that, or public accountability like that. But one of the other things, this is not really section I'm talking about, is really like things we would want to alert the Board of Supervisors to. But one of the things I do want to bring up just in overall and thinking about this report is I just still feel that the big missing piece is any tracking of compliance. And I probably won't be able to do that on my own, because no one's really collecting that data within our organization or following up on, whether things are complied with. But I'm going to raise that issue again, because maybe that's something, I don't know if it's something we want to address out of this committee, or if, but like somebody has to be responsible for compliance.
Here's a question that I know I've brought up before and I should have an answer to and don't, but then what is our compliance committee doing?
Yeah, exactly. If they're not doing that, then they should change their name.
They're trying to get compliance. They're trying to work after a decision is made, communicating with, the respondents or the city, and trying to make sure that there's some, that there's some kind of engagement there. But they're not tracking whether they got that engagement or not, or whether they got that material or not. So like, I think it should fall in the domain of what they do.
Yeah.
So but I don't know if this committee can propose, hey, your committee has to do this. But maybe we can.
Yeah, we decided.
No,
I don't know, but I want to raise it because it's just, to me, it's the missing link, and it's an important tool for accountability too. Like if we could say, oh, we made this many orders and these are the people who did not comply.
I 100,000% agree with that.
Yeah. So that's all I have to say. Announcements.
Do you know, and my last question of the night, with the whole sunset issue and the regulatory versus advisory body, does that change? I don't know how to put this, like our designation as an organization. Like, do we become in a different classification in order to be like, in order to exist or not exist in the future?
It's just them trying to understand who these different committees are. And they said, oh, basically committees are regulatory, governance, or advisory. And some are a mix of some of those things.
Okay.
But we're just trying to, get some uniformity in what these committees are doing, or these bodies are doing, and what we think they should be doing. And so they had these 3 categories and they sort of classified everybody. But then I missed the part about how they only made templates for 2 and then decided they were going to apply advisory templates to the regulatory bodies. But clearly they exempted us from some of that, like with the sunset thing, for instance. So it doesn't really affect anything. I think it's really just a way of them trying to understand like
Mhm.
what these different bodies do and how to analyze what they're seeing and yeah.
Are they cutting a lot of them?
They're cutting a fair number.
They're-
Actually, you can go to their website and you can see all their decisions. Well, there's more than that, but I think a lot of them were sort of inactive anyway, or like very weakly active. But you can look at their website. They've got like the decisions they've made, and you can see all the bodies and like all the ones they're recommending getting rid of.
Yeah.
But some are already really don't exist. So it's just like cleaning up the list,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah. Got it.
And some they're combining, they want to combine too. And they talked about combining us with ethics,
Yeah.
like just folding us into ethics. But then they said, no, ethics have more important things to do or something like that.
It would complicate, it would definitely complicate that though, to put us with them.
We can already, I mean, yeah, I just think, you know, it's basically the feeling is that ethics has bigger fish to fry and that these issues, they wouldn't have the adequate manpower and ethics to handle these issues.
Like
or-
the
Yeah.
two ethics hearings I saw, I just don't know if they compare that favorably to us in terms of like getting things done.
No, but the idea of like, you know, ferreting out individual corruption and, you know, that kind of stuff.
Yeah. We have our local expert
Yeah.
ethics commission. Yeah. Okay. Let's move to the next item.
Item 14, adjournment.
Okay. Move to adjourn. Yeah.
The meeting is adjourned at 10:08 p.m. Microphones are off.